Good evening, good day, good morning, hello. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining our conference. It's really my pleasure to have you here. We had over 200 registrations, and so I'm very happy to open up together with my colleagues, Kerstin Polzin and Oskar Adia, the international conference, SCHLAMMIG, DRECKIG, NASS, Muddy, Dirty, Wet, today. My name is Stefan Krüskemper. Before we start, some technical hints. You could find in the menu below a simultaneous translation. Choose the channel you want, English, German, Espanol. And if there are any questions or comments, please use a button to the left called Questions and Answers, and don't use a chat. And the last hint, please note that the conference will be recorded. You will find the whole video later on our website. Okay, the main topics of our 2 days will be artistic strategies from very different perspectives to support endangered water. We, our group, are organized as an association. We three are visual artists living in Berlin, and the association is called the Citizen Art Days. Since 2012, Citizen Art Days has offered an artistic platform that brings together citizen artists, initiatives, and actors. The idea is to solve specific problems in public spaces using artistic strategies. The themes were, and are still now, post-growth economy, sustainability, and collaboration. Our aim is the cooperative development and participatory shaping of ideal spaces or artistic spaces that offer numerous opportunities for experimentation for all involved. Before my colleagues explain the themes and the program, I would like to thank our sponsor. Our conference and the whole project SCHLAMMIG, DRECKIG, NASS is part of the initiative DRAUSSENSTADT, funded by the Berlin Project Fund Urban Practice and the Senate Department for Culture and Europe. Thanks also to Lorena Diaz for the social media management, and also Anselm Polzin and Andres Sandoval for the graphic design. And the wonderful website in progress is made by Davide Prati. And a big hand for support, big thanks to Projektgruppe Schäfersee and Foundation Dialogue and Social Health here in Berlin. So, Oskar, would you please take over and explain on your website the idea of a 3D Mozilla Hub?
Muchas gracias, Stefan. Muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, according to the geographic location that you are at. I am also a member of Citizen Artists, and I am very happy for having so many people registered on the session and who are connected here today. I would like to briefly show you 2 websites that we are launching in this conference, and we want to activate it with you, with all participants today, and also with your contributions from now on. On the one hand, I am going to start sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? Perfect. This is the web page that we have right now. It's already enabled, and this shows the workshops that we held in a part of the project a couple of days before the conference. And this is a website where we are inviting the different stakeholders to register so that they can submit a profile and they can enter their communication links, and so that we can create a joint work group from now on. As you can see, this is the address of the conference. We also have information about the workshops held here in Berlin, Rhein-Nickendorf, and this would be the idea, so that we can enter some links, and we can also include some projects involving joint efforts between citizens and artists. On the other hand, I would like to also show you this virtual model that we are working on. This works as a think tank where we would like to publish and share different ideas regarding water with the rest of the projects. On this occasion, our starting point has been the landscape of the CFAC, as we can see it here. And this is where we just want to add ideas that we can share and we can start a dialogue amongst us. You can see the public library in the neighborhood to the left, which would be moved to a different place. And we also saw it in the project as a potential training center for environmental matters. And here we also have some ideas that I can show you quickly. We have Andrea Costa here with us, who presented an idea so that we could communicate with the lake and we could have this communicational relationship with the lake. This is another image that we're showing quickly, as well as this one here, which is the background of the lake, which becomes an acoustic element. Or here, we also have Dorothy Quinting, who worked on a project. Unfortunately, we cannot see it here. Well, I will show it later. It's here. This is a stage that works water curtain. This is what we could implement in on the lake, and it requires a water filter to clean the water and to be able to use it around the lake. And we also have this other platform that takes us to the bottom of the lake. I think Anya is seeing this for the first time. This figure, which is a mechanism that could help us improve the physical structure of the water. And here, we also started with Andrea's telephone that we already included it in the link, and this is to show you how this telephone would work. So you can contact us over email. You can send your ideas and we will try to implement them in the models. And on this platform, we can have a virtual chat where we can exchange ideas. I would like now to give the floor to my colleague, Kirsten Polzin. She's going to tell us about the content of the conference. Thank you very much.
Hello, and a warm welcome from me as well. The conference links together various artistic projects that engage with threatened bodies of water, and I'd like to sketch out the schedule that we're following. We've posed ourselves various questions with regard to this theme, such as what artistic strategies and what forms of collaboration do the various projects employ, and in what ways do they do so, and what obstacles do we encounter? What is the contribution that art can make to the protection of bodies of water? We tried to sort all of the different approaches by means of three main topics. The first one is water economy, politics, and art. The second theme is the renaturation of nature, and the third theme is political approaches. We will have two specific projects that will address each of these three topics, and they will be presented by the initiators of those projects, and there will be time for a discussion after each presentation. The first theme is water politics, economy, and art, and we're looking forward to Lake Tears from India and Muski from Japan. And our second topic, renaturation of nature, we'll be hearing from two wonderful examples, WATERMARKS from Milwaukee and the Water Museum in Chile. Tomorrow, We will address the third topic, political approaches, and we will be hearing from the resistance in Palestine and from citizens as mentors of the water in Cali. The final part of the conference will be a panel discussion where we will address a number of questions. There will be a feedback round, and we will draft a final statement of the conference. And this evening, we will have some water music by the artist Sebastian Grefe. And tomorrow, we want to engage or invite you to an artistic exchange with water through another artistic project. We would be very happy if the website in the future would help us continue the networking that we're beginning here today. I'm handing over to Stefan now.
Thank you, Kerstin. We would now like to present our Berlin-based project in the public art project. And this project is achieved by Kerstin, Oscar, and me, and provided occasion for this conference, because many questions of the conference arose as we act. Okay, let's start. Kerstin, would you like to show a picture? The topic is the Lake Schäfersee, which is idyllically situated in a small park in Berlin-Reinickendorf. At first glance, one should not guess that was literally slumbering beneath the surface. The 4.5 hectare Schäfersee is about 10,000 years old and is used in the city Berlin as a natural rainwater collection basin. The previously rich ecosystem of the lake has been extremely damaged over the past 100 years. It was a result of the integration into the drainage network of the city of Berlin. The lake, which is up to 7 meters deep, is biologically dead from a depth of 2.5 meters below the surface. Around 70,000 cubic meters of toxic sludge are stored there, a mud body that grows by 270 tons every year. And again, the dirt was washed in with the street sewage. To give you an idea, the body of mud corresponds to a load of around 3,700 trucks. I mean so-called 40-ton trucks. The water in the lake is heavily polluted. Microplastic from tire abrasion, dog poop, cigarette butts, heavy metals and substances such as PAKS, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Okay, the result, the sludge is classified as dangerous waste. Fish were killed, most recently in 2018 due to the lack of oxygen. So far, there are no real visions of dealing with a constantly growing mud body. Okay, Oscar, would you please continue?
Bueno, Stefan, muchas gracias. Cambiamos
Thank
acá.
you, Stefan. We will be speaking in Spanish now. I would like to tell you about the motivation that we have found as a group and as artists to address the issue happening around the lake. And we have committed ourselves to work together on the initiatives that are underway in the neighborhood and to see how art could contribute, how art and joint efforts with the community could help us build something. So this ended up being one of the lines of the Citizen Art Days. As Stefan said, it's been active since 2012. And this is the relationship between art and the environment. And because of different reasons, we were able to see this lake. This is a park. It's a beautiful park. The area is very beautiful, but unfortunately, you can see the issue underneath the water with this toxic sludge. And therefore, we have started our communications with the Schäfersee group, which is a citizen and activist group that are working towards the recovery of the lake, both around the lake, the water, as well as the sludge underneath the park. And we got in touch to be able to integrate the cultural and the artistic component to this project as well. This group has already been working for several years, and for us as artists, this represented what an art project with communities should achieve, which is to create political advocacy, to create the proposal of a program to protect the water, and these efforts were between the community, between experts, between the inhabitants in the area, and different science areas, but the cultural component was not yet integrated, and this was the reason why we wanted to partake in this project. So what does art bring? On the one hand, we could contribute to strengthen the ties between the community and the project and the territory, and also to create visibility around these issues. And therefore, we have undertook these joint efforts, and we invited other artists and other experts from different areas so that we could think what we could do from the art perspective. Therefore, we have identified 3 lines of action. One would be the importance of establishing an environmental training center around the lake, where we want to create an interdisciplinary group to study what is happening with the lake and what are the options for implementation. And secondly, we also identified a platform to look at the landscape, so to say, which would help us for artistic interventions that would speak of that reconnection with nature as an reinterpretation of our connection with nature. And thirdly, the implementation of devices, technical devices, so to say, that physically purify the water, but they also have a sculptural perspective. Kristen is going to tell us more about that, but I would like to conclude by saying that this political potential, or these lobbying of the SCHLAMMIG group, now had a different opportunity, and it multiplied its fields of action through our interactions. What I mean by this is that beyond the political incidents and the political lobbying and the fight that they are immersed in, because this rainwater is filtered, but we were also able to create links with the public spaces to create other communities and other lines of action. Thank you very much. Kirsten is now going to tell us about the workshops that we held.
Ja, also ich möchte anhand von Fotos ein paar Impressionen zeigen. Der Workshop Schlammig, Dreckig, Nass fand für 3 Tage. Ich muss mal kurz gucken, ob das hier aktiviert ist. Vorschau. Okay. Jetzt geht. Alles klar. Gut, also dieser Workshop fand für 3 Tage im September 2021 rund um den Schäfersee in Berlin-Reinickendorf statt. Und er startete mit einem Spaziergang um den Schäfersee. Carmen Schiemann, die Geschäftsführerin der Initiative, berichtete über die Veränderungen des Parkalltags in den letzten 100 Jahren in Kriegszeiten und die zunehmenden Veränderungen durch die Inanspruchnahme von Grünflächen sowie den fortschreitenden Verlust von Flora und Fauna. Am Freitag stellten die Teilnehmer ihre spezifischen künstlerischen Forschungsansätze vor und anschließend hielt eine Mitarbeiterin der Berliner Wasserbetriebe mit dem Pressesprecher der Berliner Wasserbetriebe einen Vortrag über den Zustand der Zu- und Ablaufleitungen des Schäfersees und Planung im Rahmen eines Entwicklungskonzepts für die Gewässer der Mischwasserzone in Berlin. Andrea Acosta lehrte die Herstellung von Lehmziegeln mit Schlick vom Schäfersee. Anja Schöller lud zu einem Council ein und am nächsten Tag bot der Design Thinking Prozess von Dorothee Quantin fand der statt. Da entstanden jetzt eine ganze Reihe von Ideen, die das Verhältnis zum
The
See.
design thinking process started on the next day, and we gathered a number of various ideas how to work around the Schäfersee Lake. And the biologist who participated in the project showed us the microorganisms in the lake and what their meaning for the water quality has. Also, the opportunities to use microorganisms and flora and fauna for protecting the lake. We had three central topics: healing and cleaning the environment as one of the central topics that crystallized after the workshop, and also relaxation as with artistic means. On Sunday, Asmus Kulmus and Emil Nolde, who have been committed to the lake for a long time, participated in a workshop, and we had a lively discussion leading to various results. Later, we went out and had an art walk with a walk around the lake and presented our results to a brighter audience. And at the end, we also had a closing round with feedback and planned our next steps for the future. That was it. That was the documentation of our workshop. And now there still would be space for the participants here. We would like to ask you a couple of questions. Stefan, maybe?
Yeah. Thank you, Kerstin. I think you could close screen sharing.
Ich habe ja noch ein paar Bilder für die Projekte, aber wir haben ja
Sorry,
vorhin...
I have a couple of photographs from the project, but I think we already saw some. Maybe I can just quit the presentation mode.
I don't know. I would like to ask at the beginning Matthias Wein. He is part of the initiative Schäfersee. And I would like to ask him, who are you in this Schäfersee initiative?
Ja, hallo.
Hello.
Hallo, Stefan.
Hello, Matthias.
Hello, Stefan.
Auf Deutsch, auf Englisch, wie?
Shall I answer in German or in English?
As you like it.
Okay, also ich bin Teil von der Gruppe, von der...
Yes, I'm part of the group, of the project group Schäfersee Lake by Keesmann and other colleagues. And as already said, we are committed to what happens around the sea and in the sea, in the lake, excuse me, especially now with the construction projects. The pictures that you showed are not really current because half of the Schäfersee by now is a huge construction site. There are a lot of constructions, the paths are reconstructed, being rebuilt, a lot is going on. Unfortunately, water policy and water protection policy has not changed. And I really have to say, after this workshop, where we also participated, there were a lot of ideas left, but I would like also to express some criticism because the implementation, the realization of these ideas took very long, or is taking very long. I live very close to the Schäfersee Lake. I am close to this lake and it matters to me, but somehow these great ideas that were developed still need to be implemented with different people, we try to realize the projects. One, for example, the person that had a presentation in as part of the workshop was for me very touching and was fascinating, and I tried to reach out to him, but somehow it didn't work. So somehow the whole energy dispersed after the workshop. We need to realize it.
In this workshop.
Practical results. That some of the ideas should have been applied to reality, you know, not only ideas, but some practical result at the end, you know, like, for example, the oloid. The oloid was a nice idea, something new for me. We walked around to the lake, and so we found a spot where we could somehow maybe integrate it, you know. But then afterwards, I tried to contact Anja. There was no reply. We tried to contact Dorothee. There was nothing. And then I had to discuss with all the people, like the bureaucracy, which is terrible in all parts of the world. But they are the ones which pay the money, you know. They are the ones which make things happen. And this was the problem, that they are already paying an Ingenieur Wassmann, der hat ein Patent entwickelt. Nur ich finde das höchst gefährlich, was im Moment
developed a patent, but I feel it's highly dangerous what he's doing with the mud. If you have some time, I can explain it to you, but generally it's highly dangerous what's going on.
So I would like to ask the other participants, or I will give up to Kerstin, to ask the other participants who are artists and what was their approach.
Ja, vielleicht gleich eine Frage an.
Maybe this question to Anja. The Olelib is a geometric body coming from this, created from this kind of square or other geometrical figure. It was created earlier when artists, and symbolizes in a way different creative processes. Could you tell us something about the colloid and more aspects of the colloid? Could you depict or elaborate on that, and where do you see it? First of all, thank you to the initiative, thank you to the organizers, and Matthias also. Hello, my name is Anja Schöller, and since 2006 I've been working within the collective on the topic of water, so from drinking water, from tap water to water protection to the Schäfersee Lake. The oloid was already shown in the pictures, and it's a metaphor for transformation. How can we offset a process of transformation and of a state in transition? That was our idea, and in 2015 we had this aqualoid with Kerstin and another colleague. We built it in Berlin as a symbol for the lakes that were canalized, where there were sewages that had connection to the sewage, and the lake where we built it that had a very large volume, and we wanted to show that opposing forces are in force somehow in the process of this aqualoid, and that we can create these forces within the lake artificially in order, for example, to set mud or dirty water in motion. It was very important for us also to raise the aspect of oxygen, which is missing at the Schiffersee Lake. And you have to imagine it's like the infinity sign, like an 8, this geometrical body, this kind of cone can actually set something in motion within the lake. And so it's in a way shaping the water and somehow changing the movement of the water. Paul Schatz developed this shape in order to create emulsions of water and oil, which is used still today. So I'd love to see this form in the Schiffersee Lake and to use it in order to get more of oxygen into the lake and the mud and the dirty water into motion in Schiffersee, and have a different optical feature to it as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anja, Oscar, do you want to ask a question as well?
Perdón, ya no me volvió a pasar.
I
Quisiera,
apologize. I'll be aware of my mic now. I'd like to ask Andrea Costa, a Colombian artist who lives in Berlin since many years ago and who was present in the workshop. Andrea, you carried out the workshop as of working with the mud from that lake. You have works around this topic, and it would be very interesting if you could please share how that connotation of the mud as something perhaps negative, toxic, and even poisonous could have a transformational meaning or could be reinterpreted through an artistic activity. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. And as you mentioned, Oscar, I am a Colombian artist living in Berlin, and I work a lot in relation with nature and also urban spaces. In this specific case of using mud, specifically there is a connotation of pollution, and that is how it's very difficult to clean. In the efforts that have been carried out, a minimal percentage has been cleaned. So it was interesting to think about this matter not only as the impossibility of the material or matter itself, but also as a possibility of transformation. I think that is something very interesting from the arts, is that we can bring other access to contemplate the problem. Of course, mud is a matter that is much more complex. It is not only negative, but there's also other processes happening from other organisms that are still living in the mud. So I had this idea of how suddenly this very problematic matter could be reused in other ways, even being cleaned, transform it, and with this, transform it into something else. So the workshop proposed to have some blocks of mud, and as the metaphor goes, if the mud from the lake can be taken out, cleaned, and transformed to perhaps build another space or build a sculpture or other objects, and this process to be carried out. So that was a bit my approach, and also thinking how these matters that we are currently finding and that we will continue encountering, meaning products of the ecological problems that we're living from different places, and how perhaps we can work with these different matters and transform them. Of course, the problem in the lake is pretty large, and we would have to see how we can clean this mud so that it could be used. But this was an attempt, perhaps a starting exercise of a possibility to be explored. Very well, Andrea. Thank you very much for your explanation. And we have an additional question that will be done by Kirsten.
I would like to ask Dorothee, you're a landscape architect and you work a lot with sustainable sewage management, dealing with ecological as well as social topics. So what is your vision for the Schäfersee Lake? Also from my side, a warm welcome. My name is Dorothee Quentin, and since my graduation thesis, I've been working on sewage management and sustainability. This is why it was extremely interesting for me, or it was extremely interesting to deal with the Schäfersee Lake. I already saw in the chat the question, what about cleaning the lake and what about enhancing the water quality? We also discussed that, and what I was really enthusiastic about within this group was it was very heterogeneous and a lot of aspects mattered. So amongst others, also sewage or water cleaning was something crucial to the group and was discussed, which made this group really different from classic or traditional planning groups. This diversity, of course, it will take some time until it will be implemented, but I really look forward to seeing what's going on at the Schäfersee Lake. We have 2 more questions. Oscar, you just suggested to postpone them, maybe. The questions are in German, so you can read them out. I don't know where to find them. Now I see them.
María Virginia Carrasco, que dice que los lodos también pueden servir de abono para
There's a comment from María Virginia Carrasco saying that mud could also used as adobe to plant ancestral agriculture. Kirsten, you can now read the questions.
Ja, also Carla, es ist so, dass du jetzt fragst, wie
Carla is asking
du dich mit Matthias connecten kannst.
how to connect or get in touch with Matthias. We have a mirror board, which we are going to explain and introduce, and there you can get in touch with Matthias and pose your question.
And we're still missing that second part. It's a very short one.
The question I see is, where can I learn more about the current dangerous experiments with regards to optimization or enhancing the water quality that Matthias Van just mentioned. I think this I already mentioned. And the second question was, what do we need concretely in order to actually practically realize the artistic projects that were introduced or somehow mentioned?
Jana. Jana is our moderation for today, and Jana guides us through the day. And she's a cultural activist, an artist and curator. She curated a lot of exhibitions, and she founded Morgengrün Kommunikation in 2004 for the conception and implementation of projects in the field of art, culture, and sustainability. And since 2021, she's part of the model project Haus der Statistik here in Berlin. And okay, welcome, Jana. It's your turn.
Yes, hola, hello, hallo. I'm very excited about this international conference, and I try to guide us through the day and through the discussion today. We will start with a keynote from Raphael Ziegler. Raphael is a visiting professor in the HIC Montreal at the moment, so good morning, Raphael. His research topics are philosophical dimension of sustainable development, as well as social ecological purposes. And his keynote has the title, "If you want to the source, you have to swim against the current." We are happy to have you here, Raphael. You can start your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the introduction, Jana. 1 second. Does the slide share work? Can you see my slides?
Yes, they are perfectly seen.
Ja, ich kann
Perfect, thank you. So first of all, thank you very much to Oskar, Stefan, and Kerstin for the invitation and for organizing this festival. I'm sure it was a lot of work. I wanted to start with a personal note that links me to Kerstin. So this is from 2015, where my research group, at the time I was at the University of Greifswald, we were participating with a European Rivers Network, which has, Kerstin said today, the topic is water politics, if I understood properly. And so the European Rivers Network is engaged on how we can implement all these good laws around the Water Framework Directive that we have, but that we have difficulties implementing. And as part of this, it organizes the Big Jump Day, where the idea is, if you want to do something about endangered waters, why not do the most simplest thing, try to reclaim the rivers by swimming in them. So you see here, for those who are not from Berlin, this is a canal in the center of Berlin around the Museum Island, where basically the idea is that it could be a great place for swimming. And you have very similar, I think, challenges as around the Schäfersee, that here I think there are some bombs from the Second World War that might be potentially in the canal. Further up in the Spree, there is some toxic sludge in the Rummelsburger Bucht. So there's all these issues, and the idea is how can you reclaim such, as you call it in the conference, endangered waters. And now the link to Kerstin. So our task in this Big Jump Challenge was to identify students, pupil groups from local schools to participate. And Kerstin helped us with that. She, I don't know where from exactly, I think it was from a company. She recovered this gigantic material here, hang it on her house and projected this Berlin bear on it. And on the Big Jump Day, this Berlin bear that she helped produce made it into the river. And for us, it was a very important bear that then later on traveled with us to Brussels. So it was for me a very nice, it's for me a very nice souvenir of this time of working together. And it maybe also can briefly introduce, so I'm not an artist. I'm coming from research, and especially I'm interested in what is sometimes called social innovation. I would say more about this in a moment. So, but generally the idea is what are new approaches that help us meet social or ecological goals by creative, innovative means, such as maybe the Big Jump. And in the same year as this Big Jump here, I was part of a research project, a European research project on social innovation, where I had the opportunity to learn more about a drinking water initiative in the south of Germany, in Bavaria, that I'd like to share you some ideas that Kerstin suggested might be also relevant for this muddy, dirty, wet conference. And I have one last reference here to Berlin. Kurt Tucholsky, maybe you've heard of him, Berlin writer from the 20s. He had a little hiking tour to the Spessart, a Bavarian forest area in the 20s. And when he visited this valley here, he wrote, "This is an old landscape. It doesn't even exist anymore. Time has stood still. If landscape makes music, this is a German string quartet." And so here I was in 2015 in this string quartet, listening to it. And it was a very special experience for me, because or an eerie experience perhaps even, because this valley was no longer supposed to be there. And so this takes me to the social innovation part. As I'm sure you know, when we talk about endangered waters, one of the central conflicts along the 20th century was the water thirst of growing cities and growing economies. The first iconic struggle was in San Francisco, when Pinchot, in charge for the growing city of San Francisco, was trying to find water. and he had the idea to dam the valley, the Hetchy Valley, a very famous valley, and encountered resistance from John Muir and the Sierra Club, who said you cannot just flood this special valley to have more water for San Francisco. So this was one of the primordial conflicts of environmental philosophy, if you like. In this case, Pinchot won, and the Hetchy Valley did get flooded. As you can see from my picture, in our case, it was different. The Hafenlohr Valley is still there. And what I would like to tell you a little bit is what was the story around this. So the story starts in 77, when the Bavarian water authorities, Wasserwirtschaftsamt, made a plan on future water needs of Bavaria. So you see here on the right a map of Bavaria, where they had made scenarios where will be future water shortage areas. And they projected these water shortage areas, especially in the south of Bavaria, in Franken. And their solution was, you see maybe these orange lines on the map, to create a long distance water transportation network that would move water, drinking water, from areas that have more water to areas that have less water. And in addition to that, they had the plan to create water dams so that areas that were labeled as water shortage areas would have additional reservoirs. And here the arrow to this little blue salamander. This is the Hafenlohr Valley in this projection. So the valley was supposed to be flooded to create a drinking water reservoir for nearby Würzburg, a town that is maybe 20 kilometers from this Hafenlohr Valley. So this created two visions of the valley. On the one hand, dam Hafenlohr Valley. Here a German, on the left, you see a German journal projected. So we would create this modernist vision of a dam of the Hafenlohr Valley to increase water security for the Hafenlohr Valley. On the right side, around the same time, a citizens initiative, perhaps a bit similar to what is happening at the Schäfersee, I don't know, said, oh, that's interesting what's happening here. We have to respond to it very fast. So they organized this initiative called Rettet das Hafenlohrtal, save the Hafenlohr Valley, stop the Stausee, stop the dam. And as you can see, because I was able to take the picture, unlike the San Francisco case, they were actually successful in their initiative of stopping the dam. And I think how they were so successful is quite interesting, and maybe even for your discussions. So this citizens initiative was not alone. As you saw on the map, there were many places that were affected by modernization effects of drinking water supply. So many villages, hamlets, and municipalities responded, and they started creating this network, the IKT, which in English could be translated as something like Interest Community for Communal Drinking Water Supply. So these were, like in the Schäfersee, citizens initiatives that formed in response to something they viewed as important and in the interest of their concrete living environment. And for this, in '86 in Würzburg, they founded this network that had the purpose at the time to exchange information and experiences, to inform local citizens and local parliaments about the need and the possibility to secure their own drinking water facilities. So that's an important point that I can explain more in a moment, what this means, own drinking water facilities. And they saw themselves as a kind of pressure group. And a very important motive, you see here, this is a newspaper clipping from the time, Gemeindebrunnen sanieren, regenerate your local sources, if you like, is, I think, a very important motive and a key struggle of endangered waters right now, because we have so many heritages of industrial impacts on waterways that, of course, the regeneration of waterways is a key challenge always. How do you do this and how can it be done? Very important, very difficult challenge. And you can see here this challenge. So we made a little map here. So the village, this is again Bavaria. So the villages, they were all over the place a little bit from Bavaria, where basically they had concretely were confronting this challenge of what are we going to do with our local water supplies. And over a generation, so this was 30 years on, you can see it really had put together a lot of villages, but also municipalities such as Würzburg, as a university town in the south of Bavaria, and Franken, put those together to come up with ideas around alternatives of what can be done to secure water supply. And to make this a bit more concrete, I just wanted to share with you 3 little vignettes of such examples, because this network came about to have 3 different types of domains of activity, if you like. And the first one was, of course, the protection of drinking water supply, which was always around the issue. Villages, hamlets, such as here you see the beautiful little village of Pottenstein in the Fränkische Schweiz. They have a local water supply, a Quelle, a source. And now, in this case, the mayor had promised to a long distance supplier that they would get connected to the network. He had, however, done so without telling the citizens and without consulting them. So they were unhappy about this and said, no, we want to have first a discussion in the village. What can be done? Are there not other ways to secure our water supply? This proved to be very conflictual. As you can see here from the Süddeutsche Zeitung, a German newspaper, water wars with bombs. What had happened in these in this contestation? A bomb exploded in a shop owned by the mayor. So the citizens' initiative looked like criminals who are bombing the mayor, which honestly, if you see this initiative, is very far-fetched, right? But it served to criminalize a movement that was in the end just claiming their water source. And so this is a bit far out, but I just wanted to show you that these were real conflicts. And what happened in this case, this Pottenstein water citizens, they persevered. So as Matthias said, it takes a long time. So they persevered in their insistence that they have a source. So the water source was properly checked, how much water really comes out about over the years. And it was eventually protected. And when I visited this in 2015, Pottenstein has its local secured water supply. A second part is if you use water domestically or for work, industrially, of course you produce wastewater. So the same problem here repeats itself. Here is another little village, Rabelsdorf. In this case, the mayor of Rabelsdorf, Herr Martin, that you see on the photo, he also heard about the need of his village to get connected, in this case for a water purification sewer station some 10 kilometers away. So this is something that costs a little municipality a lot of money to create this infrastructure and later on to pump the sludge, the wastewater. So they were a bit worried, do we really want to have this? And here again, they were interested, what are actually our alternatives? So they started doing their own research and making visits and came up with the idea that for them, the best solution would be a constructed wetland. So you see this a little bit behind here. So they basically said, we're just going to construct our own wetland, which is totally fine for our Rabelsdorf, a small village purposes. And so in this Rabelsdorf, the key institution is the Fire Brigade Association. So they were all behind this and they just built it together. Again, this created a lot of contestations because the water authorities were skeptical would their approach meet the standards of technology. So there was a lot of back and forth. They insisted, again, it escalated a little bit up to the point that this Herr Martin was threatened to be thrown into prison, at which point the priest intervened and said he would join Mr. Martin in prison, which then led to this story making it into the big media, the Spiegel and so forth reported. And then that created a kind of possibility space that maybe the water authorities could also take this a bit more seriously. And here too, in the end, you could now visit their constructed wetland, which serves them fine for their purposes. Finally, third domain of activity that came about even later. So before you even produce wastewater, you can, of course, ask yourselves, is all this wastewater needed? And so maybe the most direct solution at the source is to say human beings are full of resources that they add to the water that we're used to in modern settlements with flush toilets. And so why not have more dry toilets where you separate fecal matters and urine as a phosphate source, for example, as a resource that you can use later. So here I have a picture from Püttmes in the Donaumoos that is historically one of the biggest mires of Germany. Now mostly drained for large-scale agriculture, but in it there is still this island which where Jano has a farm with his wife, where he tries to have an alternative water management. And part of this is they're also trained carpenters. They build this tree hotel as a learning space to show you can have dry toilets, and you can have your alternative ways. It's called a Lernort, because you can come to this place, be a visitor in the tree hotel. That was kind of their dream, and learn about dry toilets, but also the other activities of the IKT for water protection. So this, in short, are the three domains of activity of this network. And now zooming out a little bit, I would like to suggest that you can think of this as two ideal types of dealing with water in modernity. On the one hand, you have a kind of growth-oriented modernism, which in this case is exemplified by the Bavarian state and others, who officially say, yes, we have a priority for local water provision, Kommunalversorgung. But at the same time, if you read closely, they also say, so here's a quote, with regard to the quality of drinking water, it should be borne in mind that due to the expansion of settlement and infrastructure, contaminated sites and intensified agriculture use, local water catchments and springs are unfortunately no longer protectable today, no longer protected. And secondly, they said there are water shortage areas, and special areas of need should have a secure water supply as far as necessary by expansion of existing long-distance water supply facilities. So officially, a kind of commitment to subsidiarity and local responsibility, but supplemented by this idea that unfortunately today this is no longer possible. And so this is where the growth orientation comes in, this notion of the water shortage areas. What does this mean in this case? These scenarios were built on projections of future water consumption, and where the future water consumption was maximized. So the plan was made for the possible maximum consumption of freshwater use in the future. And as a result of this, the water shortage area as a political concept came about. Now, in retrospect, we actually know that in this area, the water consumption has fallen de facto. But just to explain, so this is why it's a growth-oriented modernism. The plan is actually very well organized, but it is organized around this idea that needs are growing, and therefore you have this need to have ever-growing infrastructure, but also ever-growing water reservoirs. So from the perspective of this IKT networks, therefore this perspective of growth-oriented modernism looked very suspicious. And I put you here a quote from Sebastian Schönauer. This is the spokesperson of this network, and himself also the second mayor of Rotenbuch, a village in the Spessart. So here he says, there's a very tight cooperation between mayors, planning offices, the water economy authority, and further regulatory authorities in this web, which cements power from the top. Very lucrative tenders are tailored and implemented. So he took a little bit of you can say a political economy perspective on this water shortage, and said, if you look closely, there's also a lot of money being made with these long distance solutions or high technology solutions. And this creates, as he says here, this web between authorities and often also mayors and the providers of these solutions, because there's a lot of money involved in such projects, starting, of course, with the large dams. And so this takes me now to the second ideal type that I found really fascinated when learning about this network, and which I propose here to call niche restoration. as an alternative perspective and model. And what was very fascinating when seeing the actions of this network is the attention they brought to how water is framed and how the issues around these endangered waters are put are contextualized. And so in terms of the environment, they did not talk about water shortage areas. They rather said Gewässerschutz vor der Haustür, water protection starts at the doorsteps. And they had this concept of the area covering water protection. So they turned this discussion into one that is about the home, creating a kind of home perspective. And then from this home perspective, they said, what's the issue here is, are we selling our family jewels? Kommunales Tafelsilber. So what are the costs around these different solutions? And since they are all made by elected mayors or town halls and so forth, is this not also an issue for when there are elections? So election day is payday, very skillful use of elections when such decisions were made, who made such decisions and for whom. In finally, a cultural perspective where they said this home is the home of our grandchildren. And from our perspective, so this is now maybe something that is typical Bavarian or even Franken aspect. There is this sort of, they call it an Asterix village mentality. Here is again a quote, I think, from the mayor of Rabelsdorf. This hamlet does not want to be steered, it wants to steer itself. We have always gone our own way, not to the detriment of the state, but on condition that it makes sense to us. So this kind of multi-layered reframing of what's going on here, that at the same time creates all kinds of connections to other people, why they think this issue might be important for them. And zooming further out now, as I told you, I'm not an artist, I'm more coming from innovation research. What's very interesting about this niche restoration is, if you think about innovation, we can kind of, inspired by sociology, distinguish three orders of innovation. So a first order coming about with industrialism is, before industrialism, we have a kind of, Bourdieu says, a kind of stationary economy that where the economy reproduces the needs of society. There isn't really any growth of that it is worthwhile mentioning. Of course, the wheel gets invented, but this is a kind of accidental and problem-driven innovation that is fairly stationary. Whereas if we move to the 20th century, innovation becomes a societal strategy. It is supposed to help reproduce society. And innovation now means technical novelty for commercial use. So that's how we associate generally innovation. And it is meant to be a vehicle for economic growth. And if we finally move to the 21st century, we know that this strategy created the kind of infrastructure that we're in now, including stuff like the Schäfersee. But we also have become much more skeptical of this kind of second order innovation works. And therefore, we are now in a discussion of third order innovation, where the second order innovation itself has become problematic. And we say we need to change the direction of innovation. How can we have different types of change? Why this kind of innovation? And do we even need it? So there is discussions of social innovation and even of exnovation that is stopping some sort of innovations. And this IKT niche restoration, which starts really with the preservation of something that is there and tries to find creative means of defending it against pressures of second order innovation, like more pesticides, more dams, and so forth, is, in my view, a good example between these two modes, where social innovation, the EU says, what is social innovation? It is innovation that is social both in their ends and their means. So you have social and ecological goals, but also means, you see here, it enhances individuals' capacity to act. And I think this is where really this network is maybe also just interesting for the discussion today. Because so what is this niche restoration in the IKT network? It is centrally constituted by we formation, democratic group formation, small initiatives that build in villages and municipalities that have a motive of Republican vigilance. So Republican here, not in the American sense, but in the old Roman sense of a kind of controlling power from top. And so this Republican vigilance is kind of, as soon as there's something that needs to be contested, is quite willing to contest that and also to endure in such struggles. So all the three examples that I showed you, they were 10, 20, 30-year-old protracted discussions with all kinds of stakeholders. And in these discussions, there was a very interesting back and forth between innovation, like new water filters to better protect water, and exnovation. Exnovation meaning divesting from innovation. For example, if you create an ecological protection of your watershed, you can actually disinstall water filters because you no longer need them. Again, this is something that is very counterintuitive for authorities, but it's very interesting from a cost perspective and from an ecological perspective. And one more, I'm zooming out. I see I should probably end soon, but I just wanted to share one more interesting framing, I think, for the discussion. So this time, liquid modernity, concept from sociologist Sigmund Baumann, which again, I think helps us situate maybe a little bit the discussions around endangered waters. And so this idea of liquid modernity, again, has three layers. First, modernity is industrial society, division of labor, lots of production, but also a fairly oppressed subjectivity. Producing the kind of wealth that we see after the Second World War, at least in places such as Bavaria or Berlin, a post-industrial society that emancipates itself, wants to have much more say. Tons of citizens' initiatives arrive that want to articulate their needs and their subjectivity. And I think in many ways, the struggle from the 90s is a fascinating example of this emancipatory movement. Emancipation, again, right, the term, protecting yourself or against the power that wants to control you. But that itself is in the flux. So this is Baumann's point to our third liquid modernity, where we start to emancipate ourselves from emancipation, meaning that not everyone necessarily wants to participate in an accelerated society where speeds of life at work, at home, at leisure, they tend to accelerate. There's ever more demands. And as here, my source, Ingolf Blüdorn, a political scientist, says, lifestyle management becomes a main preoccupation or danger. So there is here a real question, I think, for initiatives, to what extent citizens are still willing to engage in the same kind of way. And I think a very serious point, exhaustion of self and of initiatives, given all these kind of pressures. And the niche restoration, I think, is a very interesting, at the margin, of course, phenomenon within third modernity to struggle on, with some very interesting, in my view, lessons, which, to sum them up, what would I say are interesting lessons from the social innovation perspective for promoting endangered waters? First, as I already said, how we speak about water, great attention paid to the framing of this water, in itself already a critical attitude, because ways in which topics such as water shortage or contamination are framed are not just accepted, but explored. And for this, very important, so the critical attitude traditionally is just, I'm thinking for myself, or I delegate to the expert. What we see in this initiative is group formation, very important. If you really challenge something that is very dominant, it takes a lot of guts and it might be very insecuring. So there's the group formation that allows the peer exchange and the validation of views that maybe seem a bit far out, so you can test them a little bit. All of this in the IKT network is only possible because of the voluntary work of citizens who give their time. However, also interestingly, have something that I said before, the old notion of critique is thinking for yourself, dare to think, and don't let the expert think. Here we see something else that can be called differential delegation, because they have this group formation. They do not necessarily have to delegate everything directly to the water expert. They have quite some competence within the network, which allows them to better explore really the alternative space So in these initiatives, there were sometimes accountants, lawyers, biologists, so quite some space to really deal with a complex issue. And the last very interesting insight, I thought, this comes actually from Riesen, another municipality, where an artist who actually made this book cover is active. And he told me the story of, so they were two saying we want to have our own protected watershed, ecologically protected, removing a filter. Problem with the authority who says you have to test. They said we don't need to test, this just costs money. And so what they had as a strategy is taking experts seriously, because we have, of course, these incredibly complex drinking water directives and other directives to test all kinds of aspects of water quality that are implemented, but not necessarily in a contextual way on what is really needed in a place. And so taking experts seriously is challenging the experts if they're really following the letter of these directives, which actually have much more leeway than we think, and sign it and show that they take the responsibility for this. And so in this case, this significantly reduced the appetite of the responsible authority to really be responsible, because they were afraid then that they would be responsible for test results that they were maybe not themselves so sure if they are important. So these are a few points which, to sum them up, I think really showed the great interest of creating space for alternative and different ways of living with water, which of course are not always possible, but in many cases show interesting alternatives and ways that can be done. And which also, so that's just one last point here, we had as part of this research project, we studied different networks also in Italy, in the Netherlands, and we did a survey where participants were asked about their sense of autonomy before and after, also with a control group that did not do this. And what was very interesting was a very strongly significant improved sense of autonomy, both on the dimension of technical know-how, how do these things really work, of environmental knowledge, but also of a kind of your space as a citizens and in the economical and political context. Last points here, zooming out a bit from the initiative and to the discussions of how are such things supported, we concluded that what's really important for cities and countries is not just to promote projects and in the next new idea, but also to promote networks which kind of help facilitate these spaces and create the knowledge that's so important that alternatives really can be explored. This is often not easy and people don't necessarily have skills. So there is also a need for network coaching. How do you do this well? In the IKT case, there's, for example, a challenge that one generation started this, but of course, lives moves on. So how do you pass this on to a new generation? A third important aspect is in the 90s when IKT was working, there was the ideal of the lean state Toyota method, which still has strongly impacted many administrations. So this creates a very big challenge if we have very demanding directives for water, but hardly any public people who have the time to really implement them and offer public consultation so that alternatives can be explored. So there must be much more opportunities here, in my view, if we have such demanding directives. And another important part is the Republican control. So if you have this water testing and there is this web of interests at the local level, our findings suggested that it's very important for the water quality checks to sometimes maybe also zoom out and let either at a higher level of political people recheck this because they're less enmeshed in this local web of interest, or to partner with applied science institutes, like maybe the IGB in Berlin, who have more an ethos of knowledge rather than of direct economic or political interests, to really have good quality discussions around such complex issues. The last one, very interesting, is we talk in our neoliberal world very often about corporate citizenship and how companies and their employees can get more involved. In this network, what was very striking for me is there was so many teachers that were active, giving their free time. And so I was wondering to what extent there's not much more potential of the state as an employer that gives space also for public citizenship pardon the paradox, right, to give more leeway for people who work in public provision, which is a big part of modern economies, and who have maybe the economic security that other people lack to stand up against political pressures, as Schönauer, who was the second mayor in the Rotenbuch, and also a teacher. So he had, I think, of course, he had the courage, but he also had the security to do this, which takes me now to the last points that I think Stefan mentioned at the beginning. So what are kind of the possibilities of this in moving to a post-growth society? I think such initiatives in the long term need to be backed up by basic economic security, such as basic income discussions. We need much more ecological tax reform, taxing not people, but resource use and waste production. And we need much more an innovation dividend. So what is very well documented now is that the state supports with public funding a lot of research going into innovations, such as more filters and so forth. But it's usually the profits from these innovations are privatized. So there has been to be much more of a discussion of innovation dividends and who really benefits from such innovations. Final point, however, I think is the absolute resource here, which is cultural, and which really fascinated me with this IKT network. And that's the spirit. Even a small pin can move a big butt, as one lady told me when she talked about her initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raphael, for this very interesting and so many aspects, including presentation. Before we continue, I'd like to invite you all maybe to also work with us on the Miro board. I can quickly give you a look. We have a big board where all the topics are on. I put the link in the chat. You can enter your name here in the guest book. Take a note. It's very simple. You just take a note. You can choose a color, put it somewhere. You can sizen it up and then enter something. And we want to collect all our topics here on this Miro board. And I hope you like it and join it. And also we collect the questions and then hopefully make a great discussion later on. I will stop now my presentation here. We like to continue now. We've been to Melbourne and now go to India. I'd like to welcome Sureka. She's an artist based in Bangalore in India. And she relates to urban ecological climate issues in her work. She was part of the Citizen Art Days in 2017, as the crew of Citizen Arts had been in India. And she will talk about 2 lakes. Yeah, welcome your Lake Tales, Sureka.
Yeah, thank you, Jana. And I'm a visual artist, but I've started working with a lot of installations, video, photography, and also a lot of public projects as well. So I would like to share the screen and I'll start the project. Just 1 minute. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Sureka, this looks good, great. You can also put the complete screen from the presentation. Wonderful.
Okay, I'll just do the slide. Just 1 minute. Okay, I'll just talk about Lake Tales. It's about Jagpur Lake, and the topic is negotiating the urban-rural margins. And this is like Bangalore used to have around 1,000 lakes. began small a couple of centuries ago. Now hardly only 80 lakes exist. I grew up hearing about the stories of these forgotten lakes. My exploration focused on the process of documentation, recording and retracing the history of Jakkur Lake, transforming from a rural lake into an urban project in Bangalore. The intention was to create an interdisciplinary record and understanding of the changes that the lake was facing, using interviews, empirical history, memoirs, and myths, narratives on video-audio interactions with various generations of villagers in whose lives the lake has always been an omnipresent factor. Through the course of the project, I had maintained an interactive blog which traced the journey and recorded the experiences of learning the history of the lake. Several persons, including local villagers, environmental activists, ecologists, ornithologists, and also government authorities were interviewed and recorded. It is an ongoing project which began in 2010. So how it all began was like, one day I heard that the fish from Jakkur Lake were flying all over the village. And the lake was dewatered, like thousands of dead fish began to float at the edges of the lake, all around it, due to the variation of oxygen level in the altering water. This mishap occurred due to the misunderstanding between the Department of Fishery, Lake Development Authority, and the Bangalore Development Authority. So the whole narrative between the lake, village, and the people had turned into a surreal scene. This incident led me to become more curious about the lake and look at it in a broader perspective of ecology in an urban expansion. So my project intended to decipher this lake's transition from being a natural and accessible one into becoming part of an urban project. So the lifestyle of the people around it has shifted from being a farming community to something uncertain and ambiguous, when the farming land around this lake were acquired for the purpose of urban and residential developments. So the lake became a site of peculiar internal diaspora, wherein the change in it has made the settlement and people around it undergo an ecological, professional, and hence cultural and emotional displacement. So this is the map and the thing, like Jakkur Lake. It used to be one of the most beautiful and 300 years old living lake of North Bengaluru. And life, flora, fauna, fish, and birds continue to live and breed in this lake. This is a sort of graphic image which I created like as a conflict between urban and rural conflict. And what you can see is here Jakkur Lake in 2009, that is before rejuvenation. So it's very picturesque and very beautiful. And here the Jakkur Lake water was used for agriculture, domestic use, also fishing, among others. So these were the the birds in Jakkur Lake. A lot of migratory birds. And so actually when the project began, the project proposed by the government to rejuvenate the Jakkur Lake, what you see is around 5.8 kilometer stretch where people could walk, and also there's there are like 2 gates so that people could not enter, but also it's fenced, so it's like protected. So when I spoke to the authorities, I mean, this is what the situation there. The Bangalore Development Authorities speak a language of development of the lake, preserving it from pollution, increasing the storage capacity, saving the land from real estate encroachers, and also preparing it for an articulated public utility. To fulfill these requirements, walking pathways, islands for migratory birds, and boat jetty and a separate idle immersion tank were planned as part of the lake's role in the larger urban project. So this is how the dewatering began. Like that is the first process where they started taking out all the water from the lake and letting that into another lake nearby. So this is like a very, the situation, what you can see is like very bad. I mean, like the fishes, most of the fish are like the dead fishes. And thousands of fish perished during this dewatering the lake. And there was a disheartening scene around the lake where you could see like most of like the people were selling already these dead fishes, and it was really, I mean, very, very disheartening. So the next process was like the work continued. It was like the work in progress. And you could see that there are a lot of JCBs started working on the land, and there was hardly any water left there. And then the desilting process began. Like, and you can see that, you know, it's almost looked like sort of war field rather than without having any trace of water there. And then during the same time, they also constructed a sewage treatment plant, a wastewater management unit meant for like preventing water contamination. So what, like most of the apartments all around, whatever the polluted water, I mean, coming into that, the sewage treatment plant, I mean, the water was letting into the lake later on after cleaning the water actually. And then this is how some images of the work in progress happened during the same, during that process. So here you can see like they were making like kalyanis here and here. Like kalyanis, like the water bodies where you know, immersion of gods and idols during the festivals. So it would contaminate the lake. So they created a separate ones for that purpose. And also a boat jetty was created, and also like especially the wetlands also. So during this whole process, I started documenting the whole area, just walking all over, and then performing, and also like not only just documenting the landscape, but also at the same time what I was like my intervention with the space. So it was like more of a, you know, a lot of, there was a sense of loss and melancholy in the whole area. And yeah, these are some of the images. This is like one of the image where I could walk into the lake. Actually, it's about like more than a stretch of like 5 kilometers, which I could walk all over and then explore that whole area as well. So meanwhile, I was also interested in his oral history. So I started talking to the local residents. And while documenting, I started interviewing all the stakeholders of the lake, like the residents, and also a lot of former activists and local people, asking them their relation about the lake and like how do they respond to the present situation. So my video interviews with authorities, engineers, former activists, and fishery contractors also made me sort of, it was a learning process for me to understand different levels of how the authority or, you know, the work happens all around it. So the best thing which happened is like, for me, the interaction with ornithologist, Dr. Harish Bhatt, an expert on migratory birds. So he would talk about like how the birds from all over the world, they come to Jakur Lake, especially from Siberia to different parts of the world. So during the same time, I also did a lot of outreach program with artists. Also, we created, collected a lot of specimens and intervention with the space and working like installations, and also especially with a lot of ecological issues. So this project, I mean, during that time, it was it's public art ecology supported by the coach. So I could have an outreach program and also created my own blog where people could interact. So this is like where I invited a lot of people to see not only the process, but also sort of interact and discussions during that whole time. So what you see is like some of the artists also in some interventions and their work during the thing. And so I also created a sort of interactive room where people could sit and listen to all the interviews and also web and like also the blog interactions. So later the lake walks with the environmental enthusiasm Jal Poshan initiation. So what happened is like the best part of the lake was after the rejuvenation, most of the citizen groups were quite active in that area, especially Jal Poshan. And they started activating the place along with the authorities and working with ecologists and also environmentalists, having like the talks. So I also went there frequently for the lake walks, just interacting with the community and other things. And what is visible is like, especially that birding at Jakkur Lake has become a common thing now. So people could go there, and also it's also quite a feast for most of the photographers where they could really watch birds and learn about birds. Actually, to be frank, for me, observing birds was perhaps the most engaging aspect that made me thoroughly document the birds in relation to this lake. I have documented the routine of the birds and their activities around the lake. Thousands of coots, herons, cormorants are the common birds you can find in the lake. The most heartening aspect of the lake is that of the migratory birds that seasonally come to this lake in October and take off in April back to the European countries. The migratory and regional birds coexist herein. Some of the birds travel up to 8,000 kilometers at one stretch to arrive at Jakkur Lake. So you can see that it's quite a spectacular place. So the birds also. So you can see that some of these Jal Poshan, the other groups which are working on this lake, they're not only sort of working on the ecological issues, but also activating the lake area with a lot of cultural activities as well. So it's called community conservation collaboration, learning from living with nature. That is like experience from Jakkur Lake. So these voluntary organizations are doing a lot here to make this rejuvenate this lake and also in different aspects. What you can see is like the sunset, which is like quite spectacular, and this one. So coming to another lake, like that was like the happy project which happened. I mean, something good happened to a lake in our city. But here is a lake on fire, which is called Bellandur Lake, which is also located in Bangalore. And just let me brief a little bit about it. This also started documenting since 2015 onwards. Bangalore Lake is Bellandur Lake is one of the oldest and largest lakes in Bangalore, currently considered to be in its worst condition. The lake's history goes back to 4th to 10th century AD. The lake once was an ecological system in itself, supporting wildlife and fauna, but not anymore. Since 2015, one has witnessed the fires on the lake due to the layer of foam that formed over the lake. What once was a lively lake with greater ecological system is now dying and deteriorating. The reason behind the fire on the lake may also be traced to the industrial as well as the domestic waste, which has been dumped into the lake, the improper maintenance, the disconnection between it and the nearby lakes. Often it has been a site to waste disposal due to the increasing real estate establishment. Spread over 1,000 acres near the Infotech hub, the lake is highly contaminated, receiving 60% of the sewage generated in the city. The lake is in bad shape despite the National Green Tribunal pulling up the government and its various agencies for failing to prevent pollution and not doing enough to restore the lake to its pristine glory. So this is like another image which really, if you can see some of the images which are taken from the net. So nobody can believe that this can happen to a lake. So these are some of the documentation I've done. Like when you see the lake, it's almost like looks like maybe snow or a frozen ice, but it's foam and pollution from the lake. So these are some of the images as well. So what happened? I mean, like as a there is a. It's not just me who is kind of documenting most of these works, but there is a group of artists who try to initiate and drag the attention of authorities and also the localites doing certain art performance. I would like to share a few of the artists' work here. One is like, this is Mohan Kumar, performance as a Candyman at Belandur Lake. And here, the lake intervention by Alka Rao, the artist who also collected specimens from the lake and also displayed them like exhibits and also like the pH levels and the aspects of it. And what is the Jitin Ranga, another artist to the other side, he tried to make it like a political statement where all politicians talk about like the reformation, but actually it's almost like a bubble. And Dimple Shah, another artist who also sort of, you can see from the image itself, like how toxic the lake is. So it's like more of a wearing mask and, you know, talking about it. And there is another artist who like a story of the crow and the stone, like start putting it so that the water would come up one day. And also this, the other artist, Raghu Vadir, he performed using the golden bath. We're talking about the greed of the human race, as if there is no end. So the foam in the bathtub sort of, you know, overflows, but still it's like creating, and it's also sort of engulfs him. This is another artist as well, Suresh Kumar. So he's also like made a statement, and it was on the thing. So I'll just as a conclusion, like I'll go back to Jakkur Lake, just talk about it like as a sort of more of a sort of contradictory element. Like with citizens' effort, even Belandur Lake could be another Jakkur Lake. It could be another rejuvenated lake in the future. But also talking about Jakkur Lake, it's a very successful initiation by citizen groups and authorities, collaboration to rejuvenate this lake. So what I've realized during this whole process is that the real stakeholders of the lake are the fish, bird, and the flora, fauna, and not just the consumerist, greedy human race. Now there is more biodiversity, vegetation, and the migratory birds keeping the lake alive. So this is like my last image of the presentation. This also my documentation and preoccupation with this lake continues. Also, I'm doing a lot of frequent lake walks, sharing my experience with the community and also students. And now there is more vegetation, more birds migrating, so keeping the lake alive. So, yeah. So I'd like to talk. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sureka. You're finished with this interesting presentation. Thank you also for the beauty and the artistic performances and the insights in your two lake stories. I was quite quick after Raphael. Of course, you can pose questions. You can raise a hand if you want. You can put them in the chat, in the question and answer, or on the Miro board. But our plan was that we first go through the presentation and later on have a discussion where also the people, our guests, we are more than 60 people. I'm very happy about the interest internationally for this conference. So we are in the middle of our first topic, the intersection of water, politics, economy, and art. And if there are questions, there's the possibility now. Also, of course, to Raphael's very interesting introduction. Otherwise, we can continue with the next travel to Japan. We have Ayumi Matsutaka, who is an artist and social entrepreneur, and Robin Takashi Lewis. Ayumi is based between Berlin and Tokyo, and Robin is in Tokyo, but he is, of course, of the time shift at the moment sleeping. So Ayumi is here personally. Hello, welcome. Ayumi invented a social entrepreneurship called DRECKIG. This is kind of ecological diapers who fertilize trees. And Robin is the founder of MyMitsu, and we will hear about this now. Welcome, you both, or Ayumi. Thank you.
Hi, I guess that is the first you will see the Robin's video. The Robin kindly recorded, so please start the video.
Hello everyone, thanks so much for having me. My name's Robin Takashi, joining from Japan. Thanks for having me at the Muddy, Dirty, Wet conference. I love the name and I love the concept, and I'm really happy to connect with all of you today. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen. I hope you can see it. I'll start off with a really quick self-introduction and then talk a bit about what we're doing using creativity, storytelling, and other technology as well to tackle a serious problem of plastic waste in Japan and also around the world. So my background is actually, I'm half Japanese and half English. In the bottom right corner, you can see this bad hairstyle guy. That's me when I was very young. And I've been working in social and environmental issues for over 10 years now. I studied business at university. And I always say that studying business made me really hate business because everything was about maximizing profit, not really about making social value. So my mission is to use business and help other businesses create more social and environmental value in the world. My origin story with MyMitsu is the following. So I've been involved in climate change and environment for over 10 years. And one day I was in Okinawa, which is this beautiful island in the south of Japan. And I was walking along this beach and we came across this. So myself and my co-founder, Mariko, were walking around and we saw all of this rubbish, right? There's lots of fishing stuff, lots of packaging, but the number one thing we found was these plastic bottles. So we thought, surely we can do better than this. And we begun to think of creative ways to tackle the problem. So we looked into the problem, and what it turns out is that we are using about 1 million PET bottles every single minute. Every minute we're using 1 million PET bottles, and many of those end up in the rivers and the oceans and so on. And it's not just PET bottles. We have so much plastic right now in all of our natural ecosystems. So it's a really, really, really big human and environmental problem. In Japan, for those of you who have ever been here, there are these vending machines everywhere. Everywhere you go, there's vending machines, which is very convenient, but it also has a big environmental impact. So our goal was to look at if we can redesign our society to be much more circular, much more environmentally friendly. Here's a quick video of what we do. That's it. What we're doing, it's a very simple idea. We're going from single-use plastic bottles to a shared and circular future, because that's where our world is going. And we've created a platform of over 200,000 locations around the world where you can access water for free. There's no money involved with your reusable bottle. So you can go to any of our 200,000 locations around the world and get free water without the plastic. And what's amazing about this is in Japan alone, we have over 10,000 locations, including public places in the airport, in the train station, but also many restaurants, cafes, hotels, and even spring water, natural water as well. We're mapping all of this out through the power of crowdsourcing, co-creation. So this is not a service that we provide. It's a platform that we create together with our community. Every day, we have people adding photos, adding information to our platform. So together, we're co-creating and crowdsourcing one of the world's biggest databases of water. And what's really interesting here is that we have this very active network of cafes and restaurants. Even in Germany, we have some, I believe, some cafes and co-working spaces. And the idea here is that you can walk into any of these shops, restaurants, IKEA, Hilton Hotel, whatever, and get free water and walk out. These are all MyMizu partner stores. And what we've realized is that when you connect people through technology, through crowdsourcing, through creativity, you create these relationships, right? So we've connected literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people through water. Super simple idea. And over the years, we've been scaling our impact through partnerships, not just crowdsourcing, but we also work with a lot of organizations. Some of the big ones like global brands like Nike. We worked with Nike on a big sustainable sports project. We got runners drinking water from not plastic, but reusable bottles. We do a lot of work with Audi, of course, a fine German company. And so we work with many, many, many companies as well to reach as many people as possible. We work officially with city governments like Kobe City, one of the biggest cities in Japan, Kameoka City. We engage the citizens. We use creativity, technology, storytelling, all of that stuff to get people involved. Of course, we believe in the youth as well. So we work with schools, universities. We do reusable bottle design contests at schools. We do these gamified experiences for schools and universities to get people really interested. And we also partner with a lot of artists and creators to design things, to make things look interesting, to pull people into the conversation too. So we do a lot of partnership work. And what's been really awesome is over the past few years, we have lots of independent creators on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, making their own MyMusic content. So it's not our thing, it's everyone's thing, and everyone makes their own MyMusic material. So it's been a really exciting journey. But what I want to tell you really today is that I believe that technology will not change the world. It has to be technology and community. We need both technology and community to change the world and to save the endangered waters, right? So our mission as MyMizu is called Mission 3.5. And it's the belief that if we can take collective action with 3.5% of the population, we will definitely change society from the bottom up. It's based on the 3.5% rule. Please Google it if you're interested, or use a search engine of your choice. But the idea is that if you can engage a small percentage of people, you can have a very, very big impact through collective action. So that's it from us. My call to action to you today is our idea is there to be built upon, it's there to be adapted, it's there to be innovated. So recently we had someone called Audrey Tang, who is the digital minister of Taiwan, very famous person in the technology space. And what they did, Audrey combined MyMizu with Pokemon Go, very famous game, to make a gamified zero-waste tea system in Taiwan. This is one example of how innovation creates innovation creates innovation. And so please, if you're interested, try out MyMizu, but also build upon it. Use your own creativity, which you have much more than I do, of course, to create something new as well. So that's it from me. The main message is technology and community will change the world. And finally, let's redesign our world to be more circular, because ultimately we made these problems we have today. Humans made these problems, and humans can design our way out of these problems. And that's where I think the power of art, the power of creativity is so, so, so important in this situation. So thanks so much for your time. And if you'd like more information, here's my details. We're on all of the social medias, mymizu.co. On Instagram is our main one. So please check us out. Please check out our website, and see you soon. Sending lots of hugs and good vibes from Japan. Bye-bye.
Thanks to Robin. Ayumi, will you just continue, please?
Yes, I will continue. So I will share my screen. Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Ayumi Matsuzaka. I'm a co-founder of DRECKIG. We are based in Berlin. Before starting, I explain my background. I am originally a conceptual artist, and I explore the human role in energy and material cycle through participatory artistic interventions. During the last 10 years, I carried out the soil project in Europe and Asia. I learned that our soil quality on the planet is not in a good conditions. I also learned that I met so many parents who are highly interested in reducing the huge amount of diaper waste. So I combined different art projects and made my own company. It's called DRECKIG. So Diaper Cycle is a system for those parents by offering 100% compostable diaper inlay, collects the used one, transform it to healthy soil, ready to plant fruit trees. Since I started this entrepreneur journey as an artist, I needed to learn quite a lot of business matters. And then I still learn it. And I understood that these business tools that is actually useful and helpful for artists and any climate activities and social movement. So for coming next minutes, I like to share practical method and tools that social entrepreneurs may use, but also you could also use, and it might be helpful for Schäfersee project and your ongoing art project. So I start with a question to you. In your project or in our project, are we on the right track to improve the situation in the long time now? You can think about, can we think about the long-term perspective? I also like to ask another question with slightly more concrete conditions. What would you do, for example, if you are in a seaside village where many local people are poor and hungry? What would you do? Number one, give people a lot of fish for tonight. Number two, teach them how to fish. Number three, change the local fishing industry. So you may have different opinions in your brain, and social entrepreneurs or purpose-driven entrepreneur will react number 3, change the local fishing industry. For example, we do not only solve a problem, but build new economic system beyond fishing, or we could grow fishes so that we do not eat up all sea resources and maybe create new job opportunities for the village. So providing fish is fed for one day. Teaching people fishing is fed for a lifetime, but these are not tackling the system behind the problem. The problem will come back again and again, and not with a long-lasting approach. Finally, it costs a lot. So we often see only symptoms of a problem in front of us, but there are a lot of causes behind these symptoms. Here is a suggestions. Let's take a step back and look at the causes and consequences. I guess another topic, another suggestion would be, let's do not rush to solution. There are many ways to define problem. For example, we use the problem tree method. We can invite the stakeholders and local partners to see the big problem, but also consequences and effects around this problem and communicate together. I do not go to detail today. We have 5 minutes more. But in this way, we see overview and perspective of the fact and scale of the matter. In this phase, we don't discuss solutions. One problem has a complex of root causes. We often do not see the deep side of the background, and we like to find always the solutions. This could be possible. This, maybe we install this and so on. So we always mix up. But through this communication method with many people, we can really collect why these variety of causes are happening now. So through this research process, we can figure out systemic acupuncture. You know, the acupuncture. So systemic acupuncture is an approach that we design a small step and then react one of the important causes and bring positive effect among related partners. So after figuring out our first step through this process, okay, I could start with this point. Normally, we start with the small actions. So here I would like to share 4 levels of impact. The first is called direct service. So you may solve one small problem. For example, maybe at your university, you see food waste at the canteen. And you thought, okay, I can make a compost out of the food waste. So there is a corner I can test. But in this level, the food system itself is not changed. The problem is always there. But in the next step, it's called lots of direct service. So this is a scaling process. You teach how to do this composting to others. So information is accessible, and then maybe 3 to 4 other universities, for example, in this compost project, 3 to 4 other universities do the same. The exciting phase starts when many groups of people develop together and collect good practices. So people learn each other and start doing the right way. And here, rule and regulation may change, the local government recognize that it's okay, less harmful than we expected. So making the soil compost out of the food waste at the canteen or restaurants is actually not so bad. It's possible to control. And it might be possible that making compost out of the restaurants waste and canteen is not illegal anymore. So people start to change this other system, not only this food waste system, but maybe people like to change this agriculture system. The local agriculture farmer can use this compost, or government, like the city government, like to use this compost for taking care of the park. So in this phase system change, that many other systems can start to collaborate together. Finally, the frame itself can be changed. So we change the mindset itself. It's called paradigm change. For example, new habit and routine become a normal and common practice. For example, one student come and he doesn't need to know about the all composting process and who will grow, who will make a soil, etc., because everything is set up and normal as common practice. So scaling your impact does not necessarily require that you scale your project. So you start small project, but you don't need to do a lot of project, because if you make scale your impact, then automatically grow and grow. So I hope this, I explain a little bit, but I hope some of these explanations can be useful for your current activities. And yes, this is my presentations. So my message is there are a lot of business tools that you can actually use, and there are online open source tools that's, for example, the problem trees, and Ashoka Foundation share a lot of information you could actually use for your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayumi, for all this inspiration and good tools. So maybe we can use them also somehow in our discussion, which we now open also for all our guests or spectators. I like to ask everybody who wants to speak to raise their hand, because then our Technik team would open the camera or put you in the screen. We also include, of course, the Berlin project, questions to the Muddy, Dirty, Wet, which gives the title to the complete conference. Also to Raphael Ziegler, who is in Canada. We don't want to talk about the weather, but about water. And yes, who is raising the hand to point out a question to all our experts and artists included today? We had questions already on the Miro board. Maybe we can repeat them, that everybody gets also the answers. Sorry, I don't see a hand raised. Carla, you posed so many questions. Can we have you in the discussion? Carla, can you hear me? Would you like to pose your question in public for everybody, maybe?
So. Könnt ihr mich jetzt hören?
Carla, wir hören dich. Super.
Super, ich musste erst freigeschaltet.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. I had some technical issues. The camera is still not working, but I wanted to build on something that was said earlier. How can we create a situation where the artistic projects that have been initiated are actually extended into the future?
About Schäfersee. Matthias, are you still with us?
Ja, ich bin da. Moment.
Yes, I'm still here. Just a moment. Well, as I said, some of the plans that were formulated were very interesting and good, but of course the question is always implementing these plans. The ideas need to be implemented, and this takes a lot of stamina, and it also requires a more professional approach because, for example, at the moment, Carla, I already wrote this to you. The engineer Wassmann. Carla? Yes, I was just looking at it. I'm listening. Well, this person is active near the lake. He has applied his technology. He has patented his technology. He is implementing his chemo tools. He's being funded by the government. This is going hand in hand with some research by the technical university. So this is very concrete, but he is one of the people who, when he sees an oloid, he asks for it to be removed because he's approaching the issue from a chemical perspective. And of course, it's difficult to engage with these people, to argue with them in a long-term way. But it's important to do this. One needs to have a certain empirical basis so that one is able to argue with these people. One needs examples. And the first thing you need is communication. And when that doesn't work, then everything else isn't not going to lead anywhere. So I had a very hard time getting in touch with the engineer. And when I mentioned the artist's project, these people can't take these things seriously. And so it's difficult to communicate with them, and it takes a lot of stamina, and we need to support each other. So communication is the most important thing. That's all I want to say. Well, I don't know if everyone knows, but when there was the water fair, you, Kerstin, had built such an oleoid, and there were presentations by scientists explaining how it actually acts on the water, adding oxygen to the water, and so on. So, yes, perhaps I can say something about him. Well, up until the workshop, I knew nothing about the oloid. I asked to be given more information about the oloid. I was assuming that people would have more facts, more information. I never received this information.
Thank you, Matthias. Now the raising hand. I don't know who was first. I'll start with Stefan. Stefan, you raised your hand.
Okay, ich spreche jetzt auch in Deutsch.
Oh, okay, I will be speaking in German. So I believe the problem that Matthias has addressed is one that we as artists often have to deal with. So we have various interest groups that clash with one another because we're often working with citizens who are working on a voluntary basis, and then we have experts and groups of artists who are operating on a professional level. And this means, of course, that it's necessary to have a certain kind of structure, a financial structure that allows us to become active in the first place. And my question to Raphael Ziegler would be, what is your view on this? You have gathered a lot of experiences with various groups, and I would ask you, how do the various components of such a group actually manage to cooperate effectively?
a good question. I don't think there are, general recipes, and for sure, I mean, it's probably a part a little bit of the expectations that our different groups have towards each other. And in my view, I don't know much about this Schäfersee case, but I have the feeling that one strong point of your artistic intervention is at the level of sensibilization and observation of that lake in its depth and its history and the memory of the sludge and all this, which probably is not necessarily something that is even known to the different people living around it. What I have not quite understood yet is if the oloid is supposed to be a solution also of a way of cleaning sludge, or is it something else? Because of course, toxic matter is toxic matter. So that's why I meant by expectation. What is the role of the artistic intervention? Is it supposed to sensitize in this case? And I think this is great, and I don't see why it's not possible. Is it something? So what I don't understand is why Ingenieur Wassmann, what exactly is his problems with working with artists? Is it that it is seen as an alternative solution? And of course, then there's going to be some conflict, that is fine. But even I have not understood yet, is the oloid here an alternative solution proposed? Or is it a way of making us rethink water flows in lakes? Just so I think that would be, in my view, very important to clarify. Sorry, that's what
I think that the point of the consciousness is there, that the lake is in danger, that the lake is polluted already. I mean, this is out of the question. You need not sensitizing anymore the people, but it's a way of an action. I mean, this is highly polluted. The lake has already, there have been swimming dead fish on the surface a few times, you know. In summer, it stinks. You know, there have been for almost 1 year, there have been big machines pumping out the sludge out of the lake, you know, which has been a great drama. So everybody has seen it. Everybody knows it. So the first, you need like urgent action. And this urgent action is, well, I mean, like the oloid would be some kind of an extra, as you say, it is an artistic intervention, like to make awareness, consciousness. And this is, I don't think the right people have to be aware, and they have to be, well, looking for other alternatives. But right now, for example, the oloid, I would advise it as an extra, as an, you take the urgent measures for the lake to keep it alive, but at the other side, you also, you have to restore the self-cleaning properties of the water, like enlivening it again, you know, but this would be an extra, but you have to convince the people who will finance it, you know, this is the point. And this is like the bureaucratic aspect. You have to convince, this is not engineers, but they were open, they were more open to conversation. So it would be somehow possible, but you need some kind of support, you know. I'm alone here. I live here. I walk beside the lake every day, you know. But from all the other people, nobody has been back in the lake since you have been here last year, you know. So you don't know what is happening. And this is like a different basis of arguing, you know.
Thank you, Matthias.
People who live around the lake, why are they not part of the initiative? And maybe just one, I'll shut up, just one more question. I think what is interesting was what Ayumi said. So you have the urgent and you have the long-term. So I think it might be interesting if you have, what is the long-term perspective of your initiative? And then where is the role of partners like artists from Berlin or elsewhere?
Exactly,
in the short term or in the long term?
This is what I've expected a bit, you know, because like from the initiative of the people living around here, I was the only present at the workshop, you know, I was the only one with my wife. And the other ones, they have never heard from the oloid, you know. I tried to introduce it, to know it, like, but as I told you, I heard from the oloid the first time last year. I Googled it a bit. I found some pictures, some a bit of information, you know, but this is like not enough to convince the people on this basis. I would have expected a bit more of support with some experience. You know, the main argument would be some real case where somebody can talk about some reality, with some effect, you know. And this is, well, it still is possible, you know. We have to talk with the right people, but it's, yes, okay.
Thank you. This goes very deep already. Oscar raised his hand, and then there's also Justine, I think, it was a question for Zureka. Please, Oscar.
Vale, gracias. Bueno, yo cerraría
Thank you. What I would close off this previous discussion with a very short intervention. And, well, I do positively see that in the workshops we've achieved to identify the different initiatives of how to think about an environmental training for those inhabitants of the neighborhood, and to be able to do this and connect with them. This is a huge achievement, because this can help us really manage complex projects, aside from raising awareness, to really achieve working together hand in hand with the people, and also achieving other types of funding, not only expecting actions from the municipality, from Berlin, from the city, but also other different ways of funding these different type of projects.
Ayumi.
And I have a question for Ayumi, which is, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I wanted to ask you, since we have so many participants from Colombia, from Chile and other countries, or from the global south, so to say, what is your perspective about how we could bring your idea to these countries? I don't know if there has been resistance against this. I don't know. We're thinking about the communities, because if you think as a company, maybe they could have some resistance against this.
Maybe that you could explain more details. That's what do you mean that bringing the system to the Colombia means that this communication process to Colombia, or what do you mean?
Sí, no estaba pensando como en esos.
Well, I was thinking about the steps that you were showing us now. If you have had any difficulties in implementing something like this. It's an abstract question, but I just wanted to understand your opinion. Well, I'm trying to think about it in a different global context. How do you see this possibility happening?
I guess that's this process, communication process, how we collaborate with the government and the citizens and the local people, scientists, and so on. This is possible to organize. For example, very practically, we can make workshop as we did in Berlin. This is very good to have also one facilitators, but invite everybody, including the local government. And that's this is possible. That Matthias said that this person is missing, and while you start this meeting and conversations, everybody should be on the table first. And this is important. That and then also we are artists, and we can have really nice setting what we like to see our society in a 20 years perspectives, and we can start with the positive consequences. We can define the problem, but we can reverse this problem to positive. Yeah, what can we do if this problem is solved? You know, then many people can enjoy the swimming. Maybe the fish come back and the bird come back. So this is also creative, that we can collect very good positive effect if discussing the problem is a problem. difficult, and everybody put, hey, your responsibility, and no, it's not my fault, and so on, then why not to reverse the problem as opportunities and then start a positive effect? What could be done? Yes, that the lake is so beautiful, then maybe we can start, I don't know, I think that there were several ideas what artistic project can be done if the lake is clean again. So in this way, we can really use this, I like this, the problem trees, because we really need to include everybody from the beginning. And it's possible in all over the world, in Colombia too. I hope I answer your questions.
Vale, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayumi. There was Justine from the visitors with a question to Zureka.
Yes, thank you very much. I guess you can't see me. I'm not sure how to turn my camera on, but I'll ask my question. First of all, thank you to all the participants. It's been very interesting. And I've noted that in the questions, what seems to be coming back is the question of citizen engagement. And in fact, this is the basis of my question to Sureka. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you. It was a beautiful presentation. And thank you for all the pictures, because it really gave us a sense of the before and the during and the after. And my question was that in the early pictures of the first lake that you showed us, Jakur Lake, we saw pictures of boys bathing in the water and playing in the water. And then in the later pictures, it looked though after the restoration of the lake, that the lake was more an object that people were viewing, that they were walking around. And I was wondering whether there's still some interaction with the water, if people are going in the water, if children are playing in the water and so on, because that interaction, I feel, changes our relationship to the water. So I'd like to hear you about that. Thank you.
Actually, I mean, I know this lake since last nearly 20 years. And, in the first 10 years, when I was just watching this lake, it was more like a very picturesque, beautiful. And, I used to enjoy the sunsets and, taking many, many pictures of that. But when the rejuvenation began, that was the time I started knowing the stories of the lake around. I mean, I know most of the people who are there, they learned their swimming, the villagers there. They were using that lake for not only for bathing, swimming, but also for washing their buffaloes or, even for farming. So there were many things which are still happening. But actually, it is right 8 kilometers from the main city of Bangalore, actually. So, but after the restoration, because one of the people could not really enter into water, it was only mainly the purpose of like urban project, where it was like people could just enjoy the morning and evening walks. They can go there, and also it's like restricted, and no one can enter there. So that is like, it's the first time, it's like the barricade. So you can never enter actually. So into the water, but you can just make photographs, or you can just do a lot of interactions, or like any cultural activities, things like that. But actually you cannot touch water anymore.
That's very interesting. And do you feel that that will have an impact on how people think about the water and how they're going to conceive of the water? Because it's basically gone from a lake that people, from what you've described, were interacting with very heavily on a daily basis to something that's now restricted. I mean, this is the opposite of what Raphael Ziegler was explaining to us with the Big Jump initiative of trying to get people to go back into the water.
Actually, when I spoke to a lot of people who were like using that lake like for many years, like the former activists and also like a lot of elderly people, they were like really like full of anger actually when the restoration started, because they were not supposed to enter, it was also a kind of restriction. And also many people were saying, the farmers that, they were, the desilting of the lake also used to done by the farmers around to keep the lake, alive, and also like keeping like all those things. But when the government took over, but that was also another reason why the government took that place, because there was a lot of encroachment and the lakes were even they were almost entering into the lake, and there were like a lot of construction happening on the lakes. So you could see that, like I said, around 1,000 lakes to now 80 lakes, right? And also like about 30 years back, most of the huge apartments were constructed on the lakes. So now most of those apartments are filled with water now. I mean, whenever there is big rain and all, because they were meant for like storage of water. But now, even though you have a structure, but whenever there is like big rains, so the water fills up at least like the 1 or 2 floors under the apartments. So the so there is this both positive and negative aspect to the whole scenario. One, at the emotional level, when you think about people entering to the lake, and and also the thinking about the pollution, because I also spoke of the other lake, which is Bellandur Lake. So if you see that fate, maybe Jakkur Lake would have also had gone to that level. So maybe, that initiation of in one way, it was like completely positive, because it was like mainly by rejuvenating the lake, the water is much more of a better quality now. And also like with the birds are also coming back, and there are a lot of migratory birds during especially December, Jan, Feb. But the only restriction is human cannot really use it for their own stuff anymore, actually.
Thank you, Surika. Now, Kerstin is waiting a long time already. Justine, is your question answered?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Now it's up to you, Kerstin, please.
Ja, ich habe mehr so eine allgemeine Frage,
Yes,
weil
I have a more general question, because I think this is really a question of the development of the different conflicts we have, the flaring conflicts in India and Berlin. All the examples we just heard show us that there are these diverse conflicts and conflict areas. So my question is to Raphael, how can we use this liquid modernity that you introduced in a positive way, so that every individual somehow maintains or has their space? How can we act? Because we want to do something. All of us want to enhance the situation and contribute to positive development, which is difficult in when you have so many conflicts, which are in a way also intertwined, or very complex in general, interconnected. Maybe it's an abstract question, but the question is, how can we use this kind of modernity in a positive way?
Just wanted to say is that all such initiatives, they have their time and their spirit. And so this model that I propose, IKT, not proposed, just wanted to show it exists, has come about in a certain time of, movement against nuclear power in Germany, with people full-time committed to political activism as part of the peace movement and ecological movement. And it came with a very strong commitment to political participation, often, of course, influenced by left-wing ideas and so forth. And I think now we're in a generational shift, and where this kind of model of participation is probably not attractive for a lot of people. So this was the point about emancipation from emancipation. Some people will function that way, others. So I think the offers have to be much more flexible and not to, you have to participate as citizen, but you have to create flexible spaces. I think in Germany, a good example for this is Viva Con Agua, the initiative from Hamburg, to create spaces where people can participate concretely when they want and how they want, because that's the liquid modernity, right? You cannot have imposed as one model. And that's why I put in the chat the question, if you have a Citizens Art Day, how can Berliners actually as citizens participate in the Schäfersee initiative if they want, how I think that's for me a bit missing. It feels more there's a political initiative and there is an artist, but this kind of space for interaction is not quite clear yet, so this would be the second point with this modernity. So if maybe right now, I believe at least a lot of people will be mobilized by the idea that we need to move to some sort of post-growth society. And so we need this transition. How is this initiative part of this? How can you actually frame it in something bigger to understand what's going on? Because of course, I think a big challenge, and that's not just Berlin, that's everywhere like this, we have gigantic toxic waste from industrial society. And it's a very complex project to deal this, right? So I think it would be mega exhausting and over exhausting to think that Matthias or some other citizens from Schäfersee have to solve this problem. It's a big one, it's a complex one. However, I think everyone has a lot of power to say that something has to be done. What comes out of this is a totally different point, right? But and that's, I think, what was for me more the important aspect of this IKT, that people so they empowered themselves by creating groups that were aligned with their concrete interests in the village. They want to have water, and with their ideals, and that created a lot of energy. Of course, this depends on the context and what you and the Schäfersee people want to do. But I think that was really very mobilizing in this IKT initiative, because there was this confluence of very real basic interests with the spirit of the time.
So we wanted to make a coffee break at 5 and we made it, but I will let the opportunity to pose another question so we can use our time still for some minutes. And if there's any, Oscar.
Ana, creo que podemos darle la voz a Hernando.
I think that we can give the floor to Hernando because he has been sending some questions over the chat. I don't know if he would like to say something. He wrote 2 comments. Thank you very much, Oscar. And to all the participants as well. My name is Hernando Diaz. I will be participating tomorrow with a water topic. I am addressing you from Cali, Colombia. It's normal that in these events, we have seen it on several locations where we have had the opportunity of listening or hearing excellent environmental and socio-environmental proposals. But we always disconnect at the end of the event. What I want to suggest is that the entity that is inviting us to this international event becomes a permanent reference for us to keep in touch and can help us implement different initiatives. Maybe, for example, the app of the 3.5 mission, if we connect it directly with the School of Water, Colegio de las Aguas, this is a beautiful company, a semi-rural company in Cali, and maybe the children could implement this app, but with the support and advice of its creators so that we can empower and strengthen this. If we do this in a school and we have specific results, we can expand it to the rest of the schools and entities in the location, and the rest of the water entities can also be implementers of this initiative. I don't know if this is viable, but this is how we should focus on these projects so that we can create connection out of these events and we can expand the experience in other locations. I am very happy. We are very happy with the event. It is very hard for all of us who are participating get involved, but I do believe that if there are few Colombians that are connected, we will probably repeat this experience and we will bring the lessons learned and expand them.
Thank you, Hernando, for this very important advice. So we have this Miro board, which will be online all the time and can be added. And there we also invite you to leave your contacts so that beneath also the guests and the experts, there can be further exchanges. But maybe we take it after the break to continue also with us here today. So we will come together after at 5:30, I guess, back to this round for the next presentations. Thank you so far and enjoy your coffee and of course your water. I hope everybody has water. today.
Where is the mural board?
Shall I give you the link in the chat?
Sure.
1 second, please.
Hola, Marcela. Hello, Mary. It's Oscar.
Hello.
Nice to see you again.
Hello, everybody.
Also, Marcela, how does it feel? And your colleagues are there, so that Nicolas, yes? Oh, we can hear you.
Yeah, Nicolas and Hans.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are coming.
Okay. Nice.
So we start after Mary.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and pay attention to the clock, the time. Maybe if I see a real one, I'll remember.
So we are now also streaming. Yeah. So Mary, we are.
Let's take
So
one
we
more
can
minute.
start now.
Okay. So welcome back after the break, everybody. Now we are traveling to New York, or better to Milwaukee. And I'm happy that Mary Miss will introduce us to a project called WATERMARKS. This started already in 2015, and it's an atlas of water for the city of Milwaukee. And I think Mary has it already in her bag on her bookshelf, something from this project. But welcome, we are happy to have you here. You can start. Kerstin will assist you with the slides.
Yes, well, thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here and to have a chance to begin to hear these other voices from other parts of the world. I just want to say that I'm an artist who's been working in the public domain all of my career. It's several decades now. And about 10 years ago, I started a nonprofit called City is Living Laboratory. And I was very concerned with the environmental issues that we were facing. And I felt it was important to kind of bring artists' voices to the front of, you know, and to let people understand that the role of artists could be essential and equal to that of policymakers or scientists or politicians, educators. And so we've spent a lot of time trying to introduce artists and scientists so that anything that the artists are doing is really based in reality and that they can have a better understanding of the issues. The scientists we work with are extremely interested in working with us because they feel that nobody is paying attention to them and that artists offer the ability to discuss issues in a way that people can engage with emotionally, experientially, as well as intellectually. One of the things we're really concerned about is environmental equity, especially working in a city like Milwaukee, which is one of the most segregated cities after Detroit in the United States. But there are many people who are really working to create change there. And it's a city right on the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes are under tremendous pressure now. It's this huge freshwater resource that is, threatened from many different directions. But let me talk about this specific project. If you could put the images up, Kerstin, that would be great. So about maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I was invited to come to Milwaukee and to do a project about water. And they really felt that it was important that their water story was told more broadly. So the center of this circle is, the center of the water treatment plant in Milwaukee. When I came to do the project, there is a very interesting man there who is the head of the water utility for treating sewage. This man, Kevin Schaefer, is really a leader across the United States in doing very proactive work around protecting water. And one of these things he said to me is, this has to be a project for the whole city. Now, at the same time, the scientists that I've been talking to have been saying it's really important that we create change at scale, that it's not enough to just do a single project. It really has to be done at scale. So there was no big chunk of money there where people were saying, here's a lot of money, do this urban scale project. So it was really the first thing, coming up with a conceptual framework of how we could do something that could impact all the different kinds of communities across the city. So this idea of doing an atlas of water became an important one. Next image, please, Kirsten. If you could change the image, please. Thank you. So we've all seen maps or photographs where the elements are called out. And so this idea of creating an atlas where every different spot in the city would be able to tell its own story was important to me. Next, please. Could I have the next slide? Just one, yes. So the center of that circle is this Jones Island water treatment plant. In the top image, you see a tall stack. And the city has stacks all over, old chimney stacks. And that gave me the idea of really focusing on the verticals as a way of doing this project, with the stack at the sewage treatment plant being kind of the mothership for all of these smaller markers that would be found in the city. Next, please. So just to give you a sense, we really needed to make sure that this was a project that engaged many people across the city. So I've been working on it since 2014, but it has been taking me many years to engage city agencies, to begin to meet artists across the city, to get academic institutions involved. So there's this a process that I've been going through of meeting all these people. But one thing that was really important was having this man who is the head of this water facility and system be a supporter, because that allowed me to have access to people within the city government. Next, please. So we wanted to start right at the center where the three rivers of the city come together, but we wanted this to spread throughout the city so that this project would be found everywhere. But we had multiple parts. Please, that next slide. We had multiple parts of the project. Okay, if there's going to be the single stack, then within each community, we're going to have a marker where the letter reflects what the people want to have focused on in their neighborhood. We want to have a digital access. We'd like a mobile marker to be able to go around the town, around the city, and we'd like to have community members involved. And the community involvement is key to this project. It's the most important thing. Next, please. So the stack, next, please. So what we're doing is we're lighting this blue in the, day to day or night to night, I should say. And then next slide. And then if there's a chance of a sewage overflow into the lake, the stack will turn red. It's not only the stack, but the smoke that comes off the stack. At the same time, each of the markers in the neighborhoods across the city, that letter that is on top of the pole will begin to pulse. So I wanted everybody in the city to be helping to become part of the green infrastructure of the city, that it's not only building, with infrastructure, gray infrastructure, concrete, but that, and it's not only greening areas with planting and that kind of thing, but that the residents of the city are part of the green infrastructure. Next, please. Next, please. So this is the first marker that has gone up, and it was done with this middle school of mostly Latinx kids in the school. And they wanted an A. They wanted an A for agua, for the letter that they hope to get as a grade in school. The name of their school is Acosta. So they really, all of those things made them want to have this as their letter. Each of these sites, now you see the letter, and the letter is what will pulse with light if there's the chance of a sewage overflow. And what we want to let people know in each neighborhood, that's the time not to use your bathtubs, not to use your dishwashers, not to take baths. Wait until the next day, because then you can help cut back on the amount of water going into the sewage treatment plant. But also, each of these markers is like a stake in the ground. So as an artist, I'm coming up with this conceptual framing. But one of the key elements about this is that for each marker that goes up, a local artist will do a project for engagement. Next, please. Next, please. So as we put these markers up, before we actually do that, we lead walks in the neighborhoods where we're working. And we have a scientist and an artist from the neighborhood. And we usually have 3 walks to explore what the issues are. And then we get the community group together for a workshop. And we talk to that group and we find out what they feel the most important issue is around water. I have to say that as we do this, we think of the UN sustainability goals. We realize that when you talk about water, you're also talking about health, you're talking about education, you're talking about employment. So we see this as a broad way to help community development. After we've had our walks and had the workshop, the artists who have been involved, who are from the community, make proposals for what they would like to do. Next, please. And here, the students in the school helped do this. And then they worked with the artists to paint all of the columns of the highway right across from the school. And they came up with the images and what they wanted to say on these columns. Next. In other places, other kinds of artwork are being done. In this neighborhood, this artist, Gabby Riveros, did a series of panels with river gods and goddesses along the way. She also painted the concrete embankment that you see behind. You can keep going. So one of the things is in each of the locations where we're working, we work with a writer who then does interviews with the local people to engage them. In this case, at the Acosta School, talking with the students, they were doing paintings themselves. and then telling stories about their experience or their family's experience with water. So one young person in the school was asking his mother what was her most important memory of water. And she said, it's not about a memory. It's that every day it's what I cook my rice with, what I cook the beans with. It's so important to feeding us. And so this kid got, this appreciation of his mother's cooking. Another of the students, her mother was from Mexico. And it turned out that she had been an ice skater in competition when she was a child. And the student had never even heard this story before. Another student, his family is from the Dominican Republic, and his father told him about how dear water was to him as a child, and how carefully they had to preserve it and make sure that they had enough for their planting, and that it was a really valued resource that didn't come so easily as just turning on the faucet. Next, please. So then, as part of this also, in this story collection, there are these video interviews with people from the neighborhoods where we're working. Again, this is this Latinx neighborhood that we're doing our first marker. And so when you get to the marker site, and it is a Wi-Fi hotspot, and it takes you immediately to the stories that come from that neighborhood. There's also an app that we're using where you can leave a story of your own, and we can then edit which ones can be accessible. And so the community has kind of constant input. Next, please. So this is really this process of creating a call and response with the communities that we're working with. If you could take the slides off, that is the end of that. So over this past year, could you remove the slide? We're through. Thank you. Thank you. It's taken us now since 2014 to develop this project. It's really a very, we call it the slow art making process. It's like slow cooking, a phrase that we use in the United States. The process is one of the most important things. This past year, and remember, there was when I started this project, there was no funding for this beyond an initial design fee. After that, my small organization has worked to raise money through grants from the National Endowment for the Arts, or from local arts agencies, or philanthropic groups within Milwaukee. Last year, we applied for a National Science Foundation grant, and the project received the support of the National Science Foundation, which is very unusual in this country for an artist to get money of support, get support through a science foundation. We're partnering with the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, with a geographer as the primary investigator, is the term that they use for the project. But one of the most important things about this is that it gives us this much larger and robust group to be able to continue with the project over the next 4 years. With this project, we're forming a community university working group that will meet 4 times a year. And with that group, we hope to lay out a kind of pathway, a model for others to be able to do projects at an urban scale. Because again, I would keep recalling the scientists saying that we need to be able to act at a scale that will have impact. The other thing is that we're working with neighborhood project teams in 6 different new neighborhoods across the city. And those people will be helping us decide what the issues are in their community, where we should be placing a marker, how we can collect stories, and who are the artists that they can introduce us to in those neighborhoods. So, these are these kind of many different steps that we're taking to activate this project. I think that it will be probably another 10 years before the project is built out to be visible throughout the city. One of the things that we think about most often is the sustainability of the project, how it can be kept going over time. One of the things that we're doing is partnering with a local organization that works with young interns within the community. And we are engaging those young people because we think that's a really important next step to keep these sites active over time, is to have this intergenerational connection. But those young people are doing art projects within the sites. Another, at one of our locations, the artist decided that what she wanted to do was to collect input from the neighborhood and work with the neighborhood to write short poems, almost like haikus, that would reflect interests and sensibilities of that neighborhood. But she is planning it in such a way that this could be repeated year after year, working with the local school. We're also looking at how we might partner with a museum within the city and how the project might live there. So we're really, I'd say our primary concerns are making sure that people understand the role that artists can have in communicating and engaging people with these pressing issues, that artists are able to take on complexity in a way that makes it accessible to people. But we want to make sure that everything that we do is not just us coming in and telling a neighborhood, but really understanding the assets and the concerns of that neighborhood and letting the neighborhood lead us. And really committing ourselves to finding a way to make this project extend through several lifetimes to come, and to have it not just be a short-term project. So thank you. I think I will stop there.
This was perfect in time, Mary Miss, and thank you so much for this views into this watermark project as this atlas. I think it's quite inspiration for everybody. We will remind you that you can put question and answers in the chat or in the FAQ button, because we will wait now after the next presentation and then have a discussion with everybody. Mary, will you stay with us and wait now what we hear from Chile? Now we're traveling more south to Chile with Marcela and the collective, this is Spanish, excuse me, Social Salvemos of Rio Renaico, something like this. But it's an interesting title, We Will Win, The River Told Me. It sounds like a book I want to badly read. It's about a community water museum. Very curious to hear more about it. Marcela, please.
Sí, hola.
Yes, hello. I am going to share my screen to start my presentation.
Perdón. Okay. Voy a leer un poco primero.
I am going to read. We will win, the river told me. These words from Berta Cáceres multiplied one day from the Hualcarque River to all the rivers in South America. One day, Berta currently was murdered. In memory of the communities that defend their water and their territories, we would like to present the Community River Museum Rio Reinalco. My name is Marcela Moraga. I am a visual artist, and thank you very much for this wonderful invitation to Citizen Art Days. And with me from Reinalco, we have Hans and Nico. Hello. Thank you very much. We are members of Colectivo Salvemos al Río Reinalco, and we are very thankful for this invitation. We also want to thank Citizen Art Days for taking us into consideration. Well, Reinalco, in the Magotongon language, which is the Aboriginal language in the Chilean community, it means spring water from the mountain ranges. There has been discussion about this because Rena could also be translated as a cave, and Ko, which is water, which would be cave water, which would be the waters where the Mapuche before would hide out from the Spanish during the conquest. So the social purpose of Reinalco, which is the organization that we're part of, starts out in December 22, 2013, and it arises from the issues that the Reinalco River was facing back then. This is a group consisting of young people, especially from Reinalco, and we have been working for about 8 years working on water-related issues, community engagement, and also how we can build community around the water. So given this context, we have held different activities over time related to environmental education, and this starts in our community. We also hold festival, cultural festivities and activities so that we can create an awareness, inform, and educate the population about the protection of the environment. This is where we have also created the Reinalco River Day, which is on December 22nd every year, where we hold different recreational activities for children and adults. And the idea is to inform and educate the people in the community and also in nearby communities so that they are part of the protection of our surrounding. And also, this allows people to actively engage in the protection of our environment, which wasn't the situation at the beginning. Well, the Reinalco River is part of the community. This is a living being in the community. Life in this community, not just in this community, but in the geographic space of Chile, identifies themselves with it. We constantly visit the river, and because also of the history, there are histories or stories of people traveling long distances on the river, and they would carry wood from the mountain ranges in Concepcion, which is a large region in Chile. People would also wash their clothes in the river before, and the fishermen also undertook their activities, and the Mapuche community as well. For them, this represents life and a spiritual life. In the Mapuche language, it's Nien, basically, the translation. And there are many Niens, and they represent life. So the idea is that they have life constantly. So the Reinalco River is an identity of these areas. And also to have greater contact with the river, we have had different environmental educational workshops, and we held different activities with Marcela Morano in 2016. And right now we're also working on the Water Community Museum. There are different cultural events where people gather here from different areas in Chile. And recently we started to celebrate the Reinalco River Day. So here This is an infographic that we have, and in the center, we can see some of the factors and the issues faced by the Renaico River. This means that there's lack of cultural and ecological awareness about the accumulation of waste. This is an issue that we have tried to tackle as much as possible, but this is the extraction of the flow from long extractivist companies as well, and this is also related with the cellulose company financed by the state, the contamination and the chemicals that are thrown in the water, also algae as a result of the contamination as well. There's also a hydroelectric plant that was supposed to be built, but 8 years later, we were able to stop that project. This was a huge achievement for the community. And also the plantation of monocrops that affect. In terms of monocultures, this is an issue that we want to delve on because in Chile we have large plantations and exploitation of monocultures. This is just one species of trees. In this case, it's the pine coming from California originally and other types of pines coming from Australia. Because of their quick growth, the capture of water is also extensive. As we can see this on the map, it is planted all over Chile, and the water that they consume is very high from underground water and also river mouths. And this is something that we're trying to change in Chile because it only creates forest fires, damages to the soil, and it also affects the quality of life of the communities because there is a strong agricultural or livestock activity around these communities. So now I am going to tell you about the project of this Rio Renaico Water Community Museum. I arrived in Renaico to the town in 2016 thanks to the financing for cooperation projects with communities, which is a scholarship or a grant for artists in Chile with the idea of supporting a community. So I became connected with a youth group, and given the needs of the river, we started to embark on different conversations, and I proposed the creation of a community museum. Of course, this is a tool that is useful for the community so that they can organize themselves and to preserve a specific heritage. So in the case of Renaico, this heritage was the river and the entire ecosystem around the river. And as I am going to read out now, this is what a community museum means based on the projects that have been held in Mexico, where we have a large number of these types of projects. According to the Community Museum Network in Mexico, they say that a community museum is a tool for the community to affirm their physical position and symbolic position of their heritage through their own ways of organization. So, these types of projects, this is also based on the way of working of the group, which is a horizontal way of working, where they create networks with different groups of neighbors and leaders. So this is where questions started to arise about what heritage means and how we can make the community and the Chilean society understand that a river can also be a heritage and that water is also a natural heritage. How to preserve this in a museum? How can we preserve water in a museum? And all these questions were cleared up on the way in the actions of this project and also in the communication that we kept with the neighbors in the area. And also how we were going to prepare or create the works that are part of this collection. So one of the main requirements or needs of this group were to create visibility of the issue in the river and that the people in Renaico would participate in the protection thereof. So an important means for them was to film a documentary. That was the first work that we completed for the museum, and now the boys are going to tell us, or the guys, sorry, are going to tell us about this experience. Thank you, Marcela. Well, as you were saying, in 2016, we worked on several joint projects. One of them, or probably one of the most symbolic ones, was the documentary. We know that this documentary is available on YouTube, and it seeks to show the reality of a natural resource, in this case, a river. And this is what happens nationwide in Chile, but also throughout the world. For this, it was necessary to talk and interview the different neighbors in the area, in the town of Renaico, so that they can tell us their experience about how the river affects their life, both in their lifestyle, also as their source of work. And it was an emotional experience to show what was happening with the different issues in the Renaico River. As part of this documentary, we also wanted to focus on the artistic perspective. And this is where a member of our organization, who's also a local singer, creates or writes a song which became the song of the documentary, where we are informing people, but we also want to create awareness about the issues of the Renaico River. These are other experiences that we conducted. For example, this is the activity with the participation of the recycling group. They are a group of women that collects all these PET bottles because unfortunately in Chile, we do not have a recycling method to reuse these bottles, but we just produce them. And therefore, this creates a huge amount of waste. These bottles are found on the riverbanks. And what the association does is to collect these bottles so that they can take them to a recycling company. In this case, we invited different neighbors from the area so that they can write messages about the river and to write what they feel for the river. So here, everybody wrote their messages and they glued them to the bottles. And then we hung the bottles from over the bridge, crossing over the river. And this is how the people could walk across the river and collect the bottles and look at the messages and read the messages as they are tied with these threads that we see here. Another important activity for us was to involve children from different generations. So we went to the different schools and we invited the children to participate in a collective performance where we tried to create a human wave, such as the ones that we see in the soccer stadiums. And the purpose of this was to create a metaphoric action so that the river flow would go back to its natural flow. So, or its natural water course. So we see young children participating in this wave. We also asked the children to draw the Renaico River. Another important part of this collection are old photos, which are important documents to understand the Renaico River before. For example, here we see Mr. Juan Carlos Morales on the images. He is a fisherman, a very important fisherman in Renaico. He was famous for fishing these types of large fish. And the images are beautiful and they remind us of the life of this river, the fish in this river before that unfortunately can no longer be found. Another issue that we had was where to showcase the collection of the museum. We faced many problems, and unfortunately, until today, we haven't found a physical space for this. This is why we decided that the museum would be located on the riverbank. And this is, therefore, the river was also participating with us. We see the exhibition of the old photos, as we can see here. And this, to the side, there was a mural where we drew paintings, and this mural is a way of expression in Renaico. So many young people approached us and they offered to paint a mural in honor to the river. And different local groups also participated, music groups, and they also sung songs related to the river.
Y finalmente, durante la noche,
And finally, during the night, we screened the videos of the documentary, and the other videos that the different activities were that were recorded, that were made with the community. And the community museum is still active. The people from the collective present or have presented in different opportunities the videos, such as the different photographs and cultural festivals that they organize. And from my part, I also present this project in spaces of contemporary art. And to finish off, I'd like the collective to tell us about a very important event that occurred in terms or in relation to a hydroelectric plant. Yes, well, since this organization was created until July of last year, we focused on the construction of a hydroelectric plant, and through different activism and artistic performance as well. It was 8 years of a lot of work, but at the end, we had really good results, and a hydroelectric plant that would interfere in this national reservoir next to another reservoir that has been acknowledged by the UNESCO. Well, we basically stopped the building of this hydroelectric plant because the ecological impact would be huge when the Renaico River, or at the specific site when the Renaico River is born. And for the whole of the river Renaico to have further problems aside from the ones that it currently has. So in July of this year, we achieved to stop the building of this hydroelectric plant, and this was a huge achievement for our community, not only for the river of Renaico, but for all the community.
Y bueno, ahora para terminar,
now to finish off, and to contextualize about the country's status, well, perhaps you may well know that Chile has undergone a very important political movement. Currently, it is subscribing a new constitution that will replace the constitution of the dictator Augusto Pinochet. And in this constitution, we had, well, water basically privatized, and this is exactly what all organizations want to change. Would you like to add something else, Nicolas? Yes, well, the river Renaico is a reflect of this. The quality of the water of the river Renaico is reflective of this water code that is part of this constitution, still in force today, and it is about the market of the water, and the Renaico River has already been sold 7 times. So this is privatized, and the situation is so severe that there are communities that live close to the river, but they cannot actually fish or extract anything. So it's very logical that communities that live right beside the river need to receive or have these constrictions. And this is what we are now contemplating in this new constitution, and have a new regulation that has a free and a right to environmental assets instead of multinationals that have been having this access to the river. And also a water management that is community-based instead of privately owned.
ejemplo, a estos camiones que son los que
And here, for
transportan
example, in this image, we see the trucks that basically transport and mobilize water to different locations in Chile. This is for drinkable water because these remote communities don't have access to drinkable water. And also, I want to point out that sadly, many people are buying water in these bottles because they don't trust the water that is coming out of the sewage systems. So something that is terrible is that many people must buy, for example, water to Nestlé,
y que está lucrando con el agua.
which is basically a transnational company that is profiting from water.
Un poco del tiempo.
As I apologize, we are a bit over time. I'd like to
El trailer del documental de Salvemos el Río Renaico que está
I'd like
traducido.
to show you a bit of the documentary trailer that has been translated with English subtitles.
litros, 40 litros, 50 litros, 60 litros, 50 litros, 70 litros, 50 litros, 40 litros, 80 litros, 70 litros, 80 litros, 70 litros, 40 litros, 30 litros, 50 litros.
Esto es Renaico, un pueblo como cualquiera, simple como sus calles, contando las historias, simple como su gente, contándolas con pena, escondida entre las aguas vertientes de cordillera, entre vagones y estación, entre río y comunión, se forjaron las familias, se asentó la población, 132 años desde su fundación, tierra agrícola, explotada por el patrón, no queda más que la rabia, un poco más de indignación, no me quedo indiferente. Si a la empresa damos cara y lo hacemos por la gente, por el trabajador y por esa gente humilde. Los cuadernos y la tinta se hacen más agudos, de escritura dura formulada por algunos, de verdades que no se escuchan, de intereses de basura, de un pueblo contaminado por la empresa que formula celulosa, papeles, cartones, para seguir introduciendo en esta vida intenciones. Mala compañía, varijos de irrigaciones, maldita forestación, se secan las lágrimas de toda una nación, nuestro río, nuestra alma. Maldita forestación, se secan las lágrimas de toda una nación, nuestro río, nuestra alma. Esta es la Araucanía, sobreexplotada por los brotes que salían, por la sangre derramada del araucano aquel día, donde a punta de combate defendieron su estadía. Tierra que resiste, hoy por hoy lo mismo, los pacos son terroristas defendiendo a los gringos. La televisión transforma el panorama con cinismo y la gente cree todo, le echa la culpa a los mismos. Yeah. Esta es la Araucanía, la región más pobre, pero sin embargo los recursos son enormes, el negocio de la madera, el robo del agua, instalaciones hidroeléctricas, patrañas ya contadas. Entonces, ¿quién lo entiende? Llenarse los bolsillos con el sudor de la gente o pararse frente al jefe para mostrarle los dientes. La vida de Renaico no es tan dulce, pero si esa manzana exportada a los países. La vida del temporero no es tan dulce, pero si esa manzana exportada a los países. Señora, señor, damas y caballeros, el pueblo está despierto, pues ya perdió el miedo. Ahora nos organizamos en la calle sin permiso. El alcalde no nos quiere, bueno, es mucho compromiso. La plata entra por debajo y se mantiene sumiso.
Bueno.
So,
Bueno, eso fue. Muchas gracias.
So that was all from our side. Thank you.
thank you all three for this wonderful presentation and this insight in very special project. I have to switch off my translation now. So we have around 20 minutes now for question and discussion. There were also some first put in the question and answer chat. One goes to Miss Mary Miss. And it's about the columns from Carla. She was asking, how was the role of students and artists for the painting the columns, I would shortly say.
So the artists worked closely with the science teacher from the school and the art teacher. And these students were what we call middle school. So they were mostly 12 years old or maybe 10 years old at that age. And they went through a rather extensive process of deciding with the students what they wanted to say on the columns. And then the students worked with the artists to do the painting. And the thing that we're trying to do right now is to have another artist come in and work with the science teacher again and the art teacher to be continuing to collect stories from these new groups of students that have come through since the time of the installation of that first column. So it's continuing on.
I hope this was fine for your answer, Carla, for your question, sorry. Any other questions to Mary Miss with this Milwaukee Atlas project? There were nice comments, by the way. We put them on the Miro board. Also for this Chile project. Everybody is thankful. Please raise your hand if you want to say something, and our technique team will include you to our discussion. This sounds the presentation were perfect. Nobody has questions. Oscar is raising the hand. Please, Oscar.
Yo tengo. Sí, pues, muchas gracias a Mary y muchas gracias a Marcela por
I want to
las.
say thank you to Mary and Marcela for both your presentations. I have a question for both projects, actually. And I'm thinking also about the audience that we've summoned here that have projects related to water and perhaps projects that are only starting. And I would like to ask you both. This is a very practical question in relation to what was the moment in which you were able to identify that this project was consolidated within the community. Perhaps my question is, how long more or less should one consider, and at what point would you be able to identify the project to be consolidated, let's say at a conceptual and also financial level, taking into account that these are small projects that are just starting and that perhaps your experiences and lessons learned would be very useful for them?
I think it's still consolidating, but I would say it took us probably 5 years of going around and meeting people and beginning to work with different people within the city agencies, within communities, within all the nonprofits that are also working on issues of water within the city. It's something that it's like stitching, a very slow process of stitching together all of the small pieces until you have a fabric that begins to create a network across the city. So I feel that we're just now in this process of having gotten a network started that we hope can continue to expand.
Thank you. Ayumi, you also have a question. And then comes Marcella again.
Yes, for Mari, I have a question that's I really like your expression, the slow cooking process. So I feel that artists think while, I'm also artists think while using our hands. So we are really keen to take actions. But I feel that this artwork doesn't mean or doesn't intend to solve problems. So this is some interesting questions for me to ask you, that how do you manage the communication among stakeholders when each stakeholder may have a different time span to reach some impact in the end?
Well, first of all, I think one thing that anybody who gives money out wants to know is what the impact is. And it's so hard, with art projects to say, A has delivered, Q. There just isn't that kind of clear step-by-step that can be shown. But I think in each case, we're working with each community to see what their interests are and try to call attention, because they're different in each place. In one place, it's the lead pipes that, are delivering water to homes that is contaminated. In another place, it's the basements are flooding. There is the general concern of the safety of water for the whole city. So it's very different with different people, but we're hoping through this network to be able to have those voices from each of these neighborhoods be able to be heard and be more broadly accessible, while at the same time, organizations that work on big issues can communicate broad issues back to that street level, group. But I think my main concern is being on the ground, on the streets, in communities, and finding ways to engage people directly there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next one was Marcella, please.
Yes. So I was just thinking in relation to Oscar's question about this timeline in which projects are consolidated, projects of this nature. And I wanted to add to what has been pointed out by Mary about, for example, the 5-year work that she commented on communicating and on creating a network with the different groups of the community. I also think that there is something related to the urgency that water has as a topic right now. I think it is very different to how it was treated 5 years ago. We are now in a much more severe crisis, and obviously, depending on the different regions of each country, that the level of urgency is different. So I would say that starting with a project right now is very different to having started a project 5 years back. And that's due to the difference of urgencies, and these urgencies depend on contexts, and that is something that I wanted to point out.
Kerstin, you question, and then Matthias again.
Also ich finde es sehr interessant.
It was very interesting for me to compare both projects, because I think they're quite comparable, because they are long-term projects, very intensive projects, immersive projects in a way. So I was wondering about the relationship, or the relation towards water is decisive in a way for these projects. whether it is also decisive in order to implement or realize projects or have an impact on politics, because the relation to water, the relationship by the people, by the community somehow is changing in the course of the project. And in Chile, I had this feeling, the impression from the presentation that there is a relationship already. And in the urban context, maybe the communities need to become aware or maybe of the issues around water, or maybe I'm wrong, but maybe you could say something about that, about the direct relationship or interaction of the people with water.
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure of the question as I'm hearing it in translation, but it sounds as though you're asking if the communities may not be aware of certain issues of urgency around the water. Is that what you're asking?
Ja, also ich hatte den Eindruck, dass es
yes, because I got the impression that in the city it was about raising awareness to the issues around water among the communities, while in Chile I had the feeling that there are already strong communities that already can get across some important issues around water and convey some issues to the politicians, for example. I found it really great to hear about this different project, but I feel like that the relationship and the approach toward water and the water as an issue was very different in comparison from one project to the other.
Well, I think in terms of the urban project, you have to remember that issues of environmental justice are extremely big issues in this country. You know, there's been so much done in underserved neighborhoods that is very visible to the people in those neighborhoods. So in many cases, people are very aware of the problem there. Their basements are flooding. They're having issues that are very much affecting them. On the other hand, even though that city, as you could see from the first image, is right on Lake Michigan, people in some of these neighborhoods only 3 miles from the lake have never seen the lake. So I think there is, it's on two levels. It's about allowing the issues within the neighborhood to surface, but it's also communicating back the bigger picture and how everyone can come together to address concerns. So it's kind of a two-way street.
You both from the Collectivo, was it an answer directly to Kerstin's question from your both?
I would also, also Marcella, vielleicht kannst du auch noch was dazu sagen.
Marcella, perhaps you can add to this. This question of the relationship to the river and how it has changed, or was it always a very strong relationship from the outset?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question because the translation came a bit later.
So I have a sense that the relationship to the river was always already there, was always a strong one before the work of the museum, of the project began. And so I would like to know whether this relationship of the community to the river has changed overall through your work.
Okay, maybe you could answer, Nico or Hans. Yes, we understood the question. And of course, as you are asking us, there is a feeling from the beginning, and it's also related to the location where we are at. We do have a feeling for the water. It could be the similar or the same at the national level, but there is a different feeling of having grown up there and the relationship with the territory where the river is there with you every day. So now that feeling is much stronger than the beginning. In the beginning, we did have a sense of belonging, but this is something where the community is much more active and much more committed to protecting the river and water. But this doesn't mean that at the national level it's not the case. We can also see it in the rural as well as the urban spaces. In relation to the question, there is a changing paradigm, not just when we started out in 2013, or as Marcela said in 2016, there was a change in terms of the perspective of people. As Marcela said, we started to work with other organizations, and maybe back then we didn't understand this. So many doors have been opened. Many other organizations started to work with children as well. And the work of the organization to this day has changed. For example, at the beginning, when we summoned people to the activities, we only had few participants. But now when we hold an activity, we have many participants. Also because of that, attachment to the Renaico River has always existed. But the issue that we're facing now in relation to the water and the situation of the Renaico River has changed. And you will see that there's more social activity in Chile, and all the political and social changes that we are undergoing now also have an impact.
Thank you. I would take a quick question, which was in the chat from Aislini Angiolo. I hope the name is right. And this goes to the Colectivo Rio Renaico. How are artists funded for their creative projects in community museum? Shall I repeat the question? How are artists funded for their creative projects in community museum? This is a question to the Colectivo from Islini Angelo.
Sí, voy a responder yo.
Well, I am going to answer first to this question because, of course, in this case, in the case of the community project, I received the funds as the artist of the project. I received national funds for the arts, and in this case, it was to work in cooperation and arts projects with the communities. But now the Colectivo also has its own financing line, and it's also a public financing line. But this also comes from our self-organization and our self-financing.
Okay, I see that Sebastian is already waiting. I think we have 3 more questions. Matthias was the first, then I would say Anja, and finally Mary Miss, please.
Okay. Nur ganz kurz. Ich wollte sagen, dass viele
Okay, just briefly, I wanted to say that many of these approaches are very good.
I want to congratulate the Chileans. I truly like the job that you do and continue doing it.
I hope you all continue and wish you good luck to all. And Citizen Art Days sollte wirklich moderieren, versuchen ein Netzwerk.
Citizen art should really attempt to create a network allowing us to follow the work of the various projects in the long term and allowing us to learn from each other's experiences. Just very briefly from me. Thank you. Thank you, Matthias.
Now, Anja has a question or a comment, please.
Ja, ich bin beeindruckt.
Well, I'm impressed. also by how similar and how well executed all of these projects are in the various continents and countries, projects related to the topic of water. And I'm particularly interested in what Marcela and the collective have said, because particularly I'd like to know what the mood is like in South America, and what can we do to reactivate this original spirit or power of nature. There was a statement in the film, the river is my soul, that I was very struck by. There's a lot of talk about physically cleansing the water, but we are also spiritual beings. And I know that in South America, there is a very powerful force that wants to connect with our European continent. The South American condor wants to fly with the European eagle. So the feeling and the spirit, how do they reach the point where they can fly together? How do the people there who are still feeling connected to nature, how can they reconnect with this original spirit, which I think, seen from our perspective in Europe, is still very much alive and can very much be felt in South America? How can the two connect, and how can we carry this into the world? And I'm thinking, of course, not just of Chile, but also of Colombia. And I also feel that in Japan and in India, there are residues or remnants of this sense of connectedness to nature. At least that's what it feels like to me. And I, as a European, would like to learn more about this and would like to connect myself with this spirit, so to speak.
Thank you, Anya.
Gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you for the question. Should I answer now? Okay. Well, I see it this way. It's not that this sense of relationship with the nature has randomly emerged, but it was always present. The thing is that with these years of colonization, this closeness or this connection with nature was hidden. It was off. And in recent times, it has awakened, mainly thanks to the struggles of indigenous communities who have been insisting and persevering in preserving their culture and their livelihoods. And I think that this is what the societies of the republics that were colonized have been learning in the last years, and also the new generations that have a different perspective about nature. So I think that this is present. It's always present. We just need to awaken it. And this is what these projects, in my belief, do to help other societies to awaken and to trigger. I think that in Europe, we have the same feeling, but as I said, I think that the word could be awaken. Everything is there. And I think that the paradigm is also present. And I think it is the same initiative as this conference. We need to be gathered together from different parts of the planet, and we need to be talking about water. This also speaks of these efforts, in my opinion.
Thank you, Marcella. Mary, and there came a quick question also from the chat.
I just wanted to say how much I enjoy hearing about the river project. And, you know, in my interest of extending things and making them happen on scale, and maybe you all are already thinking about this, I would love to imagine that your film is being shown many times down the river. And I would hope that maybe, I don't know how navigable this river is, but could there be a museum on a boat and that the boat would go down the river? But I really liked hearing what you're saying. And I then immediately want it to go upstream and downstream. So nice to hear about it.
The question came from Carla. Can you open your microphone, please?
So, jetzt müsste es klappen, ne? Jetzt hört mich?
You should be able to hear me now. Yes, we can hear you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for all of these wonderful projects, including the ones that were presented earlier. And there was something I forgot to say before, but I have a question. Is there a link to the Chilean film, or is there a way for me to be able to see the entire film? And I believe that if there should again be a river festival in Berlin, as we've had in the past, that would be a good occasion to network. I also have a question concerning the Chilean constitution. You were speaking about the fact that it's being redrafted. That's what I've heard. So citizens are involved in the rewriting of the constitution. What is the role that water is playing in this rewriting of the constitution? Because of course, indigenous people, I believe, are part of this process. So is this reflected in the new constitution? And what role does the discussion on commons play? The discussion on the communal use of the air and of water, and how could this be communicated to people in an artistic way? And the rest of my question I will write in the chat. Thank you very much.
A lot of questions to everybody on the panels the last time. Be welcome. And Sebastian, please, hab ein bisschen Geduld noch.
Sebastian, you're going to have to be a little patient. Hello. I don't have a question. I was just saying you need to be a little bit patient because the discussion seems to be going on a bit longer than we had planned. No problem.
Shall we repeat Carla's many questions?
No, ¿quieres agregar algo? Perdón.
No, would you like to add anything? No, I'm sorry.
El sistema americano es conseguir que el pobre, que el miserable sienta culpable.
We need to make sure that the poor, the miserable people feel.
Okay, perdón. Hans y
I'm sorry.
De la Constitución.
Hans and Nico, would you like to comment about the Constitution?
Bueno, primero que todo,
Yes, well, first of all,
por algún link abierto para el
in relation to Carla's question,
sí,
I think you asked about a link. Nicolás just posted it on the chat. The link can be accessed free and you can watch it without a problem. Now, in relation to the Constitution, yes, we are working with constituents which were people elected democratically by the Chilean people. And in this constituency, we have held working groups where we address topics like water, air, and the communities as well. So we are talking about water. Regulations have been approved as well, which could be part of the new constitution. We do not accelerate anything. We just keep our hopes, just like the rest of Chileans, that things will truly change. We cannot ensure that it's going to be the change that we expect or that it's going to be 100% real, but we are working on, for example, derogating the forest model or to grant real protection to water, and it's included in the Constitution. Marcela?
Claro, respecto a la participación, sí, bueno.
Yes, in relation to participation, well, yes, there were some online channels, for example, where people could submit their requirements. And of course, water was a cross-cutting issue in the country, which was a very important thing. And this was under discussion. It is still in discussion right now, and we believe that the plebiscite to accept or reject this new constitution, I think it's going to take place in August. So that's when we will know what is going to happen. And of course, we are all hopeful in that sense.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, I think we had a great interactive discussion for the final time, but we are not over. We have a surprise, or we have an artistic movement from Sebastian Grefe. Welcome, Sebastian. you made a water music with Matthias Kranebitter in Warnow, which is already almost the sea, but a river to the North German Sea. May you explain us some more, and then we are curious about your project. Thank you.
Ja, hallo erstmal. Mein Name ist Sebastian Grefe.
Hello to everyone. My name is Sebastian Grefe. I would like to say thank you for inviting me to present my work. I've been very pleased with what I've seen so far. I'm an artist, a visual artist. I work in Berlin and in Reitwein, which is a small village near the Oder River, which is also an important river because it marks the border between Germany and Poland. And in my work, I often engage with the relationship between humans and nature in the broadest sense. And one of my main themes or main concerns is the question, what can be done to counter the growing alienation from nature, or as was said earlier, this feeling or this sense of connectedness with nature? How can we strengthen that feeling in an unpretentious way, and in a way that is easily integrated into our everyday lives? And one of my approaches with regard to this is a very relaxed approach to nature or to engagement with nature. One of my approaches is to approach nature as if it were on the same level as we are, as if it were a friend. We need to approach nature on a human level, on a level that corresponds to our own scale as humans. And then it becomes easier for us to engage with nature and to develop a sense of routine in our engagement with nature. And so I developed one work, which I will be presenting here and which we will be seeing shortly. The idea behind this work, this project, was, or the question was, how do we engage with rivers? How do we establish access to a river? I always thought of this image. What would it be like to welcome a river at the point where it arrives in the sea? I once saw an image that stuck in my mind. I hope you can all see it. This is the arrival of a statesman. It's being welcomed with military honors. So there's always some music, a military choir that welcomes this representative of a state. And I thought perhaps it would be possible to welcome a river's arrival in the sea in a similar way, since that arrival is a very special moment, because it is at this point that the river reaches its maximum length. And on the other hand, it's also the point at which it undergoes a transformation. It stops being a river, it dies, if you will. Perhaps that's too negative a term, but it changes into something else. And I think military choirs, military brass bands are an instrument in Western society, or perhaps worldwide, that is often deployed on the occasion of festivities, when welcoming a representative of a state, or when at funerals, at dance events, folkloristic events, and so on. Whenever there's something to be celebrated, there is this brass band. And so I thought this would be a nice idea to use a brass band to welcome a river when it arrives at the sea. In 2016, in the framework of a scholarship from the Berlin Academy of the Arts, I was able to work with the Viennese composer Matthias Kranewitter and to concretize this question and to raise the question, how can we implement this? What can we do? And Matthias contributed some new impulses. And the first thing we thought about was, what piece of music are we going to use? And we decided to use a classic piece of music, Händel's WATERMUSIC.
Aus dem beginnenden 18. Jahrhundert. Und die wurde damals von Händel eben für King George geschrieben, also für König Georg I., der auf der Themse seine Lustfahrten vollzogen hat, und dabei wurde dann diese Musik gespielt. Also dieses Stück haben wir gewählt, aber wir wollten nicht nur im Grunde diesen Fluss untermalen, sondern wir wollten es in seine Sprache übersetzen, weil es ja für den Fluss war. Also haben wir überlegt, wie kann man das Stück transponieren, und da ist es dann ziemlich wissenschaftlich geworden, denn Wasser hat je nach Salzgehalt und nach Temperatur verschiedene.
So our goal was to translate the river into the language and sound of music. Sound wave is developing differently and is dispersing differently depending on the temperature. Amongst others, there are different sonic spectrums, and depending on the river, the sonic spectrum is different depending on its salt content, depending on its temperature and its volume, and so on and so forth. Every river is individual, and this is why we took the specific data for this river in order to translate or transpone these data into music. And we chose the Warnow, the river, a small river that flows first through Rostock, and then in Warnemünde, in the city of Warnemünde, it ends and flows into the sea. Here you see Warnemünde, and there it flows into the Baltic Sea. This was the setting on site. We see two lighthouses. This is a site-specific character. There are two lighthouses, a green one and a red one, and our idea was to have a brass band. It was not exactly an orchestra, but 5 trombone players that we positioned there at these on these lighthouses. One trombone player was on one lighthouse, the other one was in one lighthouse, the other was in the next, and then 3 were there. So a kind of triangle was formed between these lighthouses and the vessel. And we see here, these 3 are not only playing into the air, into the atmosphere, but they also have some kind of construction installed at their trombones, so they play into the water at the same time, because the river should also listen. The third you see there on the picture is Matthias. Matthias was in charge of the recordings that we are going to hear in the film. The whole project and the whole composition seemed rather scientific. So people that passed by while we were greeting the river flowing into the sea thought we were measuring something, but it was actually an ode to the river, in a way disguised or embedded into an aesthetics that today, in the age of enlightenment and scientific belief, or in a scholarly age, somehow works probably better in Western Europe than in other areas of the world. For example, in South America, where a shamanic ritual would be probably more impressive or more effective, would make more sense. But for me, this moment when the musicians were playing, it alluded very much to this kind of state ceremony that we saw in the picture. I don't want to talk much more on this project. I want to show you how it looked. There will be a camera view of some kind of panoramic view of the Warnow, of the river, and you will hear the musicians playing. I hope this didn't take too much time. I said everything necessary, and now we can play the piece. Please play the video.
Thank you, Sebastian, and also to the composer or musician Matthias Kranebitter for this concert, for the water play. What a welcome for a river arriving at the sea. And you have to be free from giddiness if you go up to this tower. So I'd like to thank everybody and give the word to Stefan, to Kerstin and Oscar for a final greeting for today. Thank you.
Much, Oscar, you will say a little bit for the evening.
Vale, pues muchas gracias,
All right,
Sebastián.
well, thank you all, Sebastian, for this very amazing concert that you've just shared with us. I would just like to say that it would also be important for us to include different artistic individual positions, and this is a case in which, for example, to me personally, and thinking about the Colombian audience that has also registered to this event, well, this really invited me to reflect about the change of meanings that art could promote. And in this case, it would be a relation that we have in Colombia with the rivers, and that it could be described as in a funerary reaction in many cases. This is inverted, and that relation of the death of the river when arriving to the sea speaks, and it is represented in another way. And with this, I will now go home and rest. And hopefully we can continue tomorrow at 8 a.m. Colombia time, 2 p.m. German time. And Stefan, I don't know if you would like to close this session off with something else.
Oh, I would say see you tomorrow and have a good day, have a good night. And I'm very curious about tomorrow. See you. Bye-bye.